Shunned by his village and tormented by kin, this boy lived a nightmare. Even his parents cursed him, for 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 could hear the secrets hidden in every heart. He only craved a silent, peaceful life. But when a beauty showed kindness, a jealous rival framed him, destroying his world. Alone and broken, he fled the village that offered only agonizing despair. On the road, he joined a caravan and met Captain Lena. Suddenly, the horses froze in terror, refusing to move despite the driver's lash. Sensing 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's gift, Lena sought his help. Little did they know, his dragon blood stirred. Peering into their minds, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 felt a wave of primal fear. A monster lurked ahead. To enter its domain meant certain, gruesome death. He warned Lena of a legendary predator, the white-haired ape. Lena immediately rallied her warriors for a hunt. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 was dragged along as their translator, but the beasts whispered of a greater horror. As they entered the woods, the sun vanished into a suffocating darkness. A mage's flame pierced the gloom, but a chilling wind put 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 on alert. From the dark, a voice echoed, "Stupid humans, I shall feast upon you." To read a soul without touch requires an iron will from the speaker. The further the killing intent reached, the more legendary the danger. "We must retreat," 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 cried, but Lena refused to turn back. "Is there only one monster?" Lena asked, gripping his blade. "Only one, but it is a god of death." Suddenly, the warriors drew steel. A colossus emerged, a white-haired ape of terrifying, impossible proportions. Facing the titan, the veterans formed a wall of steel. Lena charged like a vanguard of death, while mages unleashed hell from behind. An arrow pierced the monster's palm with deadly precision. Its roar shook the forest, paralyzing the archer with pure, unadulterated dread. The beast struck, sending him flying. As claws descended to claim his life, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 lunged forward, shielding the man and shouting for the beast to stop. To their shock, the monster froze. The bloodlust vanished into silence. Exploiting the moment, Lena vanished, circling behind the motionless titan. "Watch your distance," Lena roared, burying twin blades into the beast's spine. Seizing the momentum, the squad unleashed a relentless barrage of magic. Wounded, the creature fled. After it, "Don't let that monster escape." While the others hunted, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 stood frozen, his heart racing. The beast had listened. He realized it wasn't the mindless killer they feared. Had they been wrong? Then, a telepathic cry pierced his mind. "Mother, I'm scared." 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 knew then he had to save the child. Following the crimson trail, he discovered a hidden cave. Silence reigned. The warriors hadn't found it yet. He was just in time. He crept inside, the air thick with the metallic stench of fresh blood. Venturing deeper into the abyss, the path finally opened. There sat the wounded beast huddled, broken, a mountain of white fur. A wave of loneliness hit him. Touched by its mind, a vision flickered. On a night of biting frost, a family of apes searched for food. The alpha paused, scenting the wind. There lay a girl, dying in the ice. Instead of harm, the wild troop sheltered the girl within their warm cave. Awakening in darkness, she trembled before the legendary beasts of the forest. Yet, they proved gentle, sharing their precious winter rations to keep her alive. A bond was forged, and the girl became a cherished member of their family. Because she was as radiant as winter, they named her 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Peace shattered when hunters arrived, their cold steel ending their quiet days. Shielding her kin, she fell. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 watched, fueling a lifelong hatred for humanity. This tragic creature, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, now stands directly before 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Humans stole his happiness. Looking at 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, 𝒍𝒂𝒄 whispers a desperate plea. 𝒍𝒂𝒄 asks who he is, staring with the innocent eyes of a child. Is 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 a hunter? No. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's purpose here is a mystery even to himself. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 felt a pull here, as 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 laments his family's cruel slaughter. Humans killing for profit, it is a depravity 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 cannot comprehend. Money is a human concept, a tool they use to control everything. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 asks if money can resurrect his family. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 delivers the cold truth. Money can only buy revenge, a dark trade that cannot restore life. Sobbing, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 releases his long-held agony, letting his blinding rage finally fade. He once craved a massacre, but 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's presence made vengeance feel hollow. If revenge is just human currency, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 wants no part of it. Choosing peace, he rests. 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 leaves the cave as silence returns. Outside, 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, the black cat 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 once saved, tosses him a bag. Glad 𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 is safe, Estio hears the cat's sharp-tongued, proud retort. The foul-mouthed cat refuses to be carried, leading the way out. Estio worries for 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, fearing the cold or hunters will take him. Despite the danger, Estio turns back, unable to leave the creature behind. 𝒐𝒐𝒃 calls him foolish for his selfless nature and abandonment issues. Estio says nothing, quietly carrying the bag back into the cave's depths. Inside the bag, he finds a thick coat to ward off the frost. Wrapped in warmth, Estio falls asleep against 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's soft, protective fur. 𝒐𝒐𝒃 watches over them, secretly following Estio despite his grumbling words. As the cat speaks, a mystical radiance begins to glow around him. Instantly, 𝒐𝒐𝒃 transforms into a gargantuan black tiger with dual-colored eyes. The legendary beast lies down, becoming a silent guardian for the boy. 𝒐𝒐𝒃 remembers his past as a failed experiment in a dark laboratory. When he failed their tests, the humans decided to discard him. He escaped the facility, but lay dying in the snow from his wounds. A tiny, broken kitten waited alone for the cold embrace of death. Instead of the Reaper, a pair of warm, gentle hands found him. A boy with the purest eyes reached out, radiating an unbelievable kindness. That boy gave the discarded experiment a new name, 𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌. Morning light hits the cave. Estio wakes and thanks 𝒐𝒂𝒃 for the warmth. 𝒐𝒂𝒃 checks Estio for injuries before returning to his small cat form. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 greets the new friend, unaware of the cat's true, terrifying power. The danger has passed, and 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's wounds have miraculously healed overnight. The mountain is silent. The hunters have finally abandoned their chase. The time for parting has come. Stay safe, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Suddenly, the beast called my name. A real voice echoed, not just a thought. 𝒐𝒂𝒃 gasped this monkey could actually speak. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 spoke again. Let us go together. He refused to be left behind in solitude. You truly want to follow me? 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 didn't answer, only gently patting my head. It's dangerous, and I lack power to protect you. Then 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 will protect Estio instead. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 is strong. I am done being alone. I won't endure that crushing silence again. We're entering human cities. Won't their very presence fill your heart with overwhelming rage? I hate those who murdered my family. The rest of humanity? They mean nothing to me. Hunters might try to capture you, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 grinned. In that case, I can be angry, right? Estio couldn't abandon him. Their fates were bound. Their journey together had finally begun. By dusk, Estio finally reached the gates of Galia, the city of shimmering lights. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 acted like a pet, yet his massive size drew the guards' suspicious glares. Stop! Large beasts must be leashed. Is that a white-haired ape you're dragging along? That's a monster, kid. You're asking for trouble. You must be a clueless country boy. They handed Estio a heavy iron collar, ordering him to fasten it onto 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. One more violation and you're arrested. Seeing Estio's guilt, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 nodded for him to proceed. Estio hesitated, his heart heavy with shame, but 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's calm gaze silenced his protest. If I wish to break this, no chain can hold me. Estio reluctantly buckled the collar. To survive among humans, one must follow their laws no matter how cruel they seem. We'll let it slide this once. Your beast seems remarkably intelligent for its kind. Take care of it. Estio looked at 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 with deep sorrow. Forgive me for this. You're like my mother. She always apologized to me, her voice filled with regret. I used to wonder why she was sorry, but she would never give an answer. Eventually, I understood. Her, I'm sorry, was just her way of saying, I love you. Snow fell coldly that night, but the warmth of his mother's memory kept 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's soul ablaze. Next day, Estio searched for work, but every shopkeeper turned the young boy away. He was too small and frail. Plus, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's presence terrified every merchant in the town. He's well behaved, but he's still a beast. Try the Ignis Guild for real work. They have jobs for people like you. They'll find a use for your unique skills. Go to the town center. Look for the building marked Ignis. That's the place. He found the Ignis Guild, a legendary hall with a 99.9% success rate. As Estio stepped inside, a sharp receptionist immediately approached him with a professional smile. Welcome to Ignis. For commissions and requests, please take a ticket to the right. I heard you're hiring. I see. Head left and fill out the recruitment forms. Can you read the application? Don't worry, I replied. I have mastered the written word. Estio bowed and headed upstairs. His peculiar appearance caught the eye of a mysterious man. A country brat looking for work? And he brought a giant monkey? How very amusing. I'm here to join. Indeed. Do you even know what a mercenary guild actually does? You accept dangerous commissions and solve them. Humph. Close enough for a beginner. I am H, the Galia branch manager. He gestured for Estio to begin the interview. Normally, I'd ignore a kid, but we're overwhelmed with high-stakes requests and low manpower. I'm desperate enough to pay for help. Tell me, where do you come from? The Riverlands, near the Sambia River. The Sambia? That's quite a treacherous journey. What's your specialty? Are you a beast tamer or something similar to that? Be specific. I need to know your true strength to assign you a proper mission. My unique skill? I can hear the unspoken whispers within an animal's soul. An ability to read animal hearts? Such a thing is unheard of in this world of miracles. Most mages command mana or forge pacts with the great elemental spirits of the world. Others master sacred laws or wield holy healing. Every awakened person fits into a neat category. Yet this boy's strange power defies all classification. It is something entirely beyond the norm. Speaking to beasts? How bizarre. Had I known he was an awakened, I would have skipped this. Right now, he is a hidden card held tightly in fate's hand. Will he be a winning hand or a total bust? Let us gamble. Go to Iron Track Road. He is a renowned collector, but recently his rare acquisitions have been failing to thrive. If your power is genuine, you are the only one who can save those creatures. Succeed, and you shall earn Sugal the mark of a true merchant's trust. Bring it back as proof. House number 3 on Iron Track Road. It is right there. Estio arrived at the address. 2 ferocious hounds guarded the gate with bared fangs. But facing the shadow behind Estio, these beasts realized who the true predator was. The hounds prostrated in terror, trembling before him. Nu simply watched with a mask of innocence. Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. I am here for your master. Estio calmed them with a gentle touch. Suddenly, a voice boomed, asking for the guild member. Estio turned to find a stern, bald man. I am the one sent by GNIS, sir. I brought those hounds here because they were untamable warriors who obeyed no one. If they are silent, you are either a miracle worker or a madman. Follow me, boy. The man led Estio to his workshop, stopping before a cage holding a mysterious creature. Look at this. Why is this rare brat struggling? He was fine when I first bought him, but now this stubborn thing refuses to eat. It is driving me absolutely insane. Estio peered into the man's heart. Despite his rough words, he was desperately praying for recovery. Underneath that gruff exterior laid a soul that truly cherished the lives of animals. Estio knelt to observe the small creature. It is still just a baby, he whispered. If I do not discipline it now, it will become a monster that hunts humans later. If nobles find out I sold them a wild beast, I am ruined. This kid is strange. The man claimed it was in pain. Estio activated his power to link with the creature. Suddenly, agonizing pressure crushed Estio's heart. He collapsed as the man cried out in shock. No, I am fine. But this Draki, it is suffering through a living hell. What are you talking about? The man watched as Estio delved into the Draki's memories. Kid, did you freeze? Estio gasped, the baby's heart. It is literally melting away. Melting? What nonsense. Estio explained that this species only thrives in the absolute zero depths. By covering it in dry soil, you are suffocating its soul. It is wilting to death. But Draki are desert monsters. You are talking utter rubbish, boy. Its heart is made of pure ice. Right now, it is thawing. No animal survives that. Despite his disbelief, seeing his pet writhing in agony made the man's heart waver. Whether the boy was right or wrong, he had to try. I will create your home. The man sighed, cursed under his breath, and tossed a heavy shovel toward Estio. Do not just stand there. Go outside and bring me snow immediately. You expect an old man to do the lifting? You are young, so get moving. If we fail this, both you and this troublesome Raki are going to meet your ends. The man plunged the Draki into freezing water. Instantly, its pained cries turned to relief. Seeing the creature stabilize, the man finally exhaled. The boy was right. What are you watching? Get moving, or I will strike you. The old man had a kind heart, but his temper flared like hellfire. He gripped the heavy shovel, forced out into the freezing cold to clear the path. Fill the reservoir, the old man commanded. Do not just stand there. Keep digging until your hands bleed and I tell you to stop. Move faster. Moments later, the massive stone basin was choked with frost and ice. Suddenly, the Draki's agony vanished. It rose to its feet, the terrifying beast breathing once more. These Draki were ancient, legendary beings. The frost variants were so rare they were thought to be mere myths. Estio sighed in relief, his night of grueling labor finally over. But the shadow of rest was fleeting. You think you can sleep? Follow me. There are more suffering souls that need your strange gift. Thorns pierce that stallion's pride. And these predators? Separate them before the ground is stained with blood. The old man watched in awe. This abandoned boy truly possessed the forbidden tongue of the wild. You survived the night, so here is your reward. Guard it well, for fate is a greedy thief. As the man walked away, Estio trembled. He had read the man's soul. Are you leaving us, Estio? Please, do not go. But a chilling wind whispered of the dark dragon bloodline coursing through his veins. He collapsed by the roadside, his strength failing. Neju cried out in terror. Estio, are you all right? Is the winter claiming you? Suki rushed to his side, eyes filled with a rare, deep concern. Your body is not wounded, but your spirit is heavy. Rise, before the frost buries you forever. Estio gently touched Suki. Thank you, Misuki. But why? Thank you for not fleeing from a cursed monster like me. You loathe the touch of humans, do you not? So why did you stay still when I reached out? You truly have no idea what you are, do you? Estio, you are nothing like those humans. I will never flee from your shadow. With that, they returned to the Ignis Guild. The manager gasped. That stingy old fox paid you not 1, but 2 whole gold coins? It is true then. You truly can hear the hearts of beasts. Welcome, Estio, to the Ignis Guild. Here is your mantle and your crest. Wear them with pride whenever you face a mission. Wait here while I gather your gear. He soon returned with a fresh uniform. The upper floors are yours. Every member of our guild calls this place home. The rooms are humble, but they are a sanctuary. Your beasts are welcome here too. Rest now, for at dawn, your true journey into the light begins. Go now. Let sleep claim your weary mind. After his first trial, Estio moved into his new quarters. Clad in his uniform, he looked like a prince of shadows. Even Neju could not stop staring, amazed at how striking the young master had become. Lying on the soft bed, he remembered the cold floors of his past. For the first time, he felt a flicker of hope. Neju, are you awake? Tell me, do you regret binding your fate to a boy cursed by dragons? You are chained and watched by a world that fears us. The road ahead will only get bloodier. Estio believed the beast deserved freedom. Tomorrow, he would send Neju back to the safety of the mountains. But Neju's heart was warm. I have no regrets. To walk beside you is my only honor. Instead of feeding on hatred, perhaps I can learn to protect those who once despised me. Thank you, Neju. Long ago, while locked in a dark attic, my brother gave me an old book. I taught myself to read the words, yet I never understood their soul. Until this very moment. This is it. This is the true meaning of our eternal link. As the first rays of dawn broke through the glass, Estio's legendary career officially began. The manager barely recognized the boy. You look like a proper warrior in that guild uniform. Who is this youth? Is he the new recruit? Yes, Rosalie. This is Estio, our newest enigma. He does not belong to the mages, nor the soldiers, nor the support staff. You said he was powerful. If he has such strength, why is he not on the front lines? His power is different. It is ancient. We must wait for the High Council to decide his fate. The manager offered a jar of vibrant sweets. Do you like candy, Estio? To mask the bitterness of destiny? He chose a candy at random, a small comfort for a heart hardened by years of isolation. Most cannot grasp its true depth, but this sweetness is legendary. My instincts about you were correct. Finding a kindred spirit in Estio, the manager prattled on, leaving the boy lost in an awkward silence. Rosalie alone understood her eccentric boss. Don't mind him, Estio. He has always been this dramatic. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Estio. He wondered if this treat truly held such profound power. He tasted it, but instead of joy, a sharp sting flared through him, far more painful than delicious. Your division remains undecided, so assist us for now. Our sanctuary lies beyond that first door. Inside, a vast hall buzzed with intensity as officials scrambled through mountains of ancient scrolls. Have you seen a black band, Estio? I have searched for ages, yet it eludes my grasp. I have not seen it. Possessing such a tool right now would certainly be a great advantage. A heavy silence fell between them. To the manager, the boy seemed hopelessly dull and disconnected. Since you are idle, go fetch some. Secure Gil's seal and ensure every single receipt is validated. Procure a unicorn hairbrush as well. Estio stepped out, seeking the path to the bustling marketplace. The shop sat near the town square. Inside, the merchant was perched precariously, searching the high shelves. He requested his items, but the woman snapped, telling him to find them himself in the chaos. She grumbled, preoccupied with her own task, until her fingers finally brushed against her elusive prize. It was a shimmering blue orb. Only then did she acknowledge the mysterious young man before her. Suddenly, she spotted Nezu. Terrified, she shrieked "monster" and plummeted from her ladder toward the floor. With predator-like reflexes, Estio lunged forward, catching her before tragedy could strike the cold ground. He calmly explained his companion was no beast, but a noble white-furred monkey named Nezu. Seeing Estio's striking features up close, her face flushed crimson. "I apologize. Animals simply terrify me." "So he is a pet?" "No, he is my companion. Please, address him with proper respect." Composing herself, she introduced herself as Sally, her fear replaced by a shy, newfound curiosity. Estio stated his needs, and soon Sally returned, handing over the tools for his first mission. Suddenly, panic seized Sally. She realized her precious magic orb had slipped away during the fall. She searched desperately until Estio pointed it out. Overwhelmed with relief, she thanked him profusely. As he turned to depart, Sally called out, desperate for his name. He answered simply, "Sue." "Sue! Wait! Would you dare test this rare artifact? It cost me a great fortune to obtain. This orb unveils the truth of one's heart. Imagine seeing the very color of another's soul." "I decline. For who in their right mind would ever wish to peer into another's heart? To possess the power to read minds and memories is the most wretched, useless curse imaginable." Dawn broke, and the decree was issued. Estio was assigned to the mysterious Special Support Division. Read this. A 10-year-old girl seeks aid. Her hound is unruly, and she demands a loyal pet. This division handles the requests that require no steel or blood, only patience and hidden skill. Our clients are high-ranking nobles. Their whims are absurd, but gold is gold, so we obey. In this line of work, the only metric that matters is the absolute satisfaction of the elite. If you win their favor, you succeed. But if they demand a replacement, you have utterly failed. Tread carefully, Estio. Offend the nobility, and they will ensure your future is buried in darkness. Do not be fooled by her youth. A noble child is still a master. Serve her completely. May fortune favor you. May you return having tamed the... Following his ritual, Estio picks a candy before the storm. The same flavor, the same cold indifference. He arrives at the Fabian estate, a place of hollow wealth built on shadows. Claiming the GNIS request, he passes the threshold. The guards unknowingly invite a monster inside. The silence is shattered instantly. Vicious hounds bay for blood, sensing a predator in their midst. Pathetic. These curs lack strength, yet their insolence reeks more than any beast he has slain before. Anyone who's raised a small dog knows their hidden ferocity. Their tiny terrors that even snap at their masters. Not again. Get lost, human. Just then, a young girl rushes out, calling for her dog, Hiru. She is Hiru's owner, but the stubborn creature shows her absolutely zero respect. He growls whenever she draws near. Estio steps forward, introducing himself as an envoy from the Ignis Guild. He's here to tame the defiant beast. The girl is stunned, expecting a weathered old veteran instead. "So a pretty boy like you works for the guild? How old are you?" 17. Sensing Estio isn't leaving, the dog barks with murderous intent, trying to drive him away. But even the fiercest hound cowers when facing a legendary beast like Nezu. The noble girl's eyes widen. It's her first time seeing a white-furred monkey from such a breathtakingly close distance. Surprisingly, Nezu is gentle, defying the terrifying rumors. The girl instantly falls for his adorable charm. "I am Saralyn, but call me Sarah. Milady, careful. That creature is a high-ranking monster." Her attendants panic, warning her to keep a safe distance from the dangerous beast. "Fine, I'll watch from here." Truly, our young lady possesses a heart of gold. Turning to Estio, she asks, I heard you read hearts. Tell me why Heru hates everyone. By now, Heru is completely suppressed by Nezu's overwhelming aura. He doesn't dare bark anymore. Estio signals Nezu to retreat, giving the dog space to breathe. He slowly kneels before Heru. Without the pressure of the legendary beast, the dog remains strangely silent, staring back at the boy. Their eyes lock in a moment of absolute calm. No one has ever seen Heru this peaceful. Estio removes his glove and reaches out. "I'm not here to hurt you," he whispers softly. Sensing no malice, Heru tentatively leans in and nuzzles against Estio's palm. As their skin connects, Estio is suddenly pulled into the depths of the dog's tragic memories. Inside a damp, suffocating cage, a young Heru huddled beside his dying mother. Once she could no longer breed puppies for the greedy nobles, humans discarded her like common trash. "Mother, where are you going? Don't leave me." Humans only cared for the smallest, trendiest breeds. Keep them small to drive up the price. Only feed them enough to stay alive. "Lord Fabian, one moment, please. I'll wash this one and bring him to you immediately." "Mother, I'm scared. Humans stole everything from me. This world is nothing but cold and pain." "Saralyn, happy birthday, my dear daughter. Here is your gift." "Thank you, father. Heru is the most adorable thing I've ever seen. You're so cute." Suddenly, Heru snaps. "Ouch! Heru, stop. Get that beast away from my daughter. A dog that bites its master is worthless. Why raise such a vicious thing? Send for the guild. If they can't fix him, throw him out." These were the painful memories Estio witnessed. Saralyn asks anxiously, "What is it? Does he hate something?" "He hates everything," Estio replies. "Heru is terrified of your love. To him, affection is just a precursor to inevitable abandonment. He believes that one day, you will treat him exactly like they treated his mother." Saralyn's heart shatters. She grips her dress tightly. "But I love Heru more than anything. If I could read his heart, I'd love him even more." Estio knows empathy isn't always enough. He reveals the truth, how Heru's mother was murdered and how he was starved for profit. "Have you ever thought of how to heal his fear? His mother is truly gone." "Yes. She was used up and thrown away." Saralyn can no longer hold back her grief. Tears stream down her face. "I never knew. How could I not have known his pain?" "Milady, please, maintain your composure. But I only wanted what was best for him." Estio activates his power, weaving a soul link between Saralyn and her beloved Heru. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widen. She can hear it, the true voice of Heru's soul. "Sarah, it's confusing, but you really do love me, don't you? You never hurt me." Heru nuzzled Sarah's legs. Softly, she asked, "May I hold you? Just don't lift me too fast." Heru agreed as Sarah pulled the pup into a warm embrace. As she stroked his head, the bond was sealed. Heru finally accepted her as his true master. Watching from the side, the maid smiled. Her lady's heart's desire had finally come true. "The Ignis Guild is incredible. Thank you, Esto. I never knew such a mysterious power existed. I was so blind to Heru's feelings. I was wrong." "You did nothing wrong, Lady Sarah," the beast whispered. "The ones who sold him were the true villains. He just couldn't understand your kindness at first." With the young noble's mission successfully complete, Esto received his reward of 1 shujil. But as he prepared to leave, the Lord himself appeared. "I wasn't spying," the Lord claimed. "I merely happened to be returning home at this hour, but I heard sobbing by the garden fence." "Father, I wasn't crying that loud," Sarah pouted. "She was definitely loud, father," Jeremian teased. Sarah huffed. "What are you both even saying?" "We have a guest," the Lord noted. "I am Esto, from the Ignis Special Support Division. From what I see, your gift handles the most bizarre situations. What exactly is this ability?" "I can read the hearts of animals, my lord." The Lord's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Lying to a noble is a grave sin, boy. I am curious to see how you define a beast. Does it work on demi-humans? Or is your power actually just reading human minds?" At that moment, the brother's inner voice echoed. "If he can truly see into hearts, then this boy is a terrifying monster." "A fascinating ability," the Lord mused. "I have never encountered a talent as special as yours. A power as strange as your name. Do you grasp the weight of what I am saying? There is only one path for someone like you. I shall send a formal request to the guild soon." Sarah approached him softly. "So your name is Esto. I almost let you leave unnamed. Thank you for everything. I will definitely call for your help again. Does your power have no limits? Jeremian demanded. Do not worry, I won't peek into your soul. Empty words. You've probably already seen everything. If you're done, get out of our house. Brother, stop. He helped me and Hiru. He is dangerous, Sarah. I hate you, she cried as Esto walked away into the night. Esto gazed up at the vast, lonely sky. His eyes were cold and distant. No matter where I go, they call me a monster. Humans truly are strange creatures, aren't they? Nezu chirped happily. I am glad you can hear my heart, Estio. That is why they fear you. Humans fear the truth being exposed. That is why they find you so strange. But you aren't scary at all. To me, you have the kindest heart in this world. The hidden darkness in others is what's terrifying. Esto gently patted Nezu's small head. Let them fear my power. To them, I am a monster, but I simply do not care anymore. Compared to being locked in that cold attic. Walking here with you makes me feel truly alive. Back at the guild, the manager was ecstatic. You handled that noble mission perfectly. I knew you had potential. To think you caught the Lord's eye so quickly. Congratulations. Nobles always crave the extraordinary. With your special power, it was only a matter of time. But this fame is spreading faster than I expected. A new emergency request. The Jefferson Gem Company has vanished. The city's jewelry trade is in total chaos. Find the owner, Thompson. Your first success earned you 1 shujal. This one pays 3 shujals. Let's move. Be careful out there, CO. Don't forget to bring back some melon bread. Now, which path shall we take tonight? Tracking the map toward the southern tip. It's a long journey. An hour's trek on foot. Nezu offers to carry Estio. I'm much faster than you. He worries the boy will collapse. I'm fine, Estio insists. Nezu wilts, wanting to be useful. His spirit sags in disappointment. I'm not good enough yet. Estio relents, trusting his companion. Nezu bolts with lightning speed. A legendary ride, truly. They reach the silent manor. Estio knocks, but only silence answers. What now? The target is the fallen CEO. He's hiding within these very walls. The business is dead, but the man remains. A recluse in his own fortress. Is he truly inside? Perhaps he's out. Estio settles against the cold wood. He chooses to wait for destiny. The night grows treacherous and freezing. Nezu begs him to leave. But the boy's resolve is iron. The door finally swings wide. Are you insane, brat? A voice jagged with irritation. I thought the frost would kill your spirit. Are you Thompson? Of the Jefferson Company? Who I am matters little. Sent by those greedy nobles, aren't you? Leave before I lose my patience. I've never seen such stubbornness. Tell me, boy, is this a slow attempt at suicide? My home isn't a graveyard. Go to the bridge 2 blocks away. The river is warmer for dying. Estio denies the dark thought. Then why linger at my doorstep? Get lost before I make you. Their skin brushes in the heat of conflict. The dragon's blood stirs. A forbidden vision floods Estio's mind. He sees a beautiful woman named Tin. Thompson's heart was captured instantly. A proposal that felt like a dream. But the dream became a nightmare. Marriage brought only a long, dark road. Agony was waiting for Tin. Their firstborn perished before turning 1. The second and third followed. A house haunted by tiny ghosts. A brutal cycle of loss and grief. Her mind fractured under the pressure. Depression swallowed her whole. She couldn't even look at her living child. The bond of marriage began to shatter. Cracks formed in their foundation. Thompson abandoned his empire for his family. He closed the company gates, devoting every second to his daughter. Back in reality, Estio speaks. If she won't talk, ignore her. His words cut like a blade. Force won't open a closed heart. Thompson snaps, dragging the boy inside. The door slams shut behind them. What are you? How do you know my wife's secrets? Estio remains unnervingly calm. Those noble dogs, have they dug into my soul now? Sending a child to harass me? You look pathetic and weak. The worst of their lot, surely. Blinded by the greed for gems. Forgive my lack of manners. I am the master of Jefferson. What do you want from me? I'm here to reopen your gates. The Lord is losing his patience. A bold declaration for a child. Estio, isn't it? Step inside. My name is. Just give me a drink. An apology in liquid form. Something sweet for a youngster? Tequila and fruit, perhaps? Thompson tries to bridge the gap. You lack a bit of wisdom, boy. To succeed, you must read the room. Mood is everything in negotiation. A good relationship is your only hope. Without my favor, your mission fails. The businessman tests his guest. Mentioning my wife was a shock. Prying into lives is a dangerous game. His tone carries a heavy warning. Context matters when you speak of others. I apologize, 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 says softly. A moment of rare humility. You are far too naive and young. Why would the guild send a child? Thompson sighs at the boy's innocence. The company stays closed for now. Yet, you don't seem surprised. 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌's gaze remains chillingly steady. Aren't you going to ask why? Fine. Why have you given up? The question hangs in the air. The boy shows no real interest. He's like a hollow vessel, unmoved by the weight of the world. I love my family above all. Nothing on earth could replace them. But my wife is fading away. Since our first loss, her smile vanished. A mask of sorrow took its place. The light in her eyes died. Words became rare, then non-existent. After Leah was born, she locked herself away, a prisoner of her own grief. I tried to force her out once. She fought back with terrifying violence. She even tried to end it all. She'd rather die than face our daughter. Thompson collapses into a fit of tears, a broken man laid bare. 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 stands frozen in the silence. Impossible. The dragon's power awakened without his command. What then? Thompson sighed. I only found peace after Leah slept. But this conversation has dragged on. Apologies for your failed mission, but I have no intention of reopening the company this year. Tell them to seek their supplies from other firms instead. If I said your wife's condition could improve, would you reopen? I believe I can help you. I can bring her out of that room. What? How could you possibly achieve that? 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 touched Thompson's brow. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed within his very mind. Please, do not fear. These are Nej's thoughts. I beg you, 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 is not a villain. Thompson recoiled in shock. A voice? In my head? 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 revealed this was his hidden power. Thompson finally agreed. He led 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 to a heavy, locked door on the second floor. Thompson knocked softly. It is me, my love. We have a visitor today. Only silence answered him. With a heavy heart, Thompson pushed the door open himself. Inside sat a woman with disheveled hair. Her eyes were hollow, devoid of any human emotion. 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 placed his hand upon her head and closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual energy. Her soul was too quiet. Should he push harder? How much power was truly required? He had never needed to restrain himself like this. This was his first voluntary awakening. Suddenly, a vortex of dark mana erupted, engulfing the room and blinding Thompson instantly. When the light faded, they were in a forest. A strange black smoke stained the sky. Thompson looked up, frozen in pure terror. Shaking off the shock, they explored the woods, finding a basket filled with wild herbs. Nearby, an axe was buried in a stump, surrounded by perfectly stacked piles of firewood. 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 sensed a strange aura. He spun around, his dragon blood boiling with high alert. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed. It is so hot. Why must I work today? They all turned. Tin's soft sigh echoed through the clearing as she longed for rest. Seeing her, Thompson froze. Tin? He cried out, his heart swirling with deep confusion. She looked so normal. 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 narrowed his eyes, tracking her every move with suspicion. This was not my intention, 𝑠𝒌𝒄𝒌 realized. These are your wife's most precious memories. Tin hummed a familiar tune, wondering if she should visit the lake with Joan later. Just one day off. Tin was merely the daughter of a destitute, struggling farmer. Her mother died long ago, and soon after, her father followed her into the grave. Only her two young siblings remained. Tin gripped their small hands, facing their cruel fate. From that day on, Tin raised them alone, swinging her farming tools with desperate strength. For the sake of survival, she tirelessly tilled the earth to plant her crops. At night, she mended an old pink teddy bear, her eyes focused on every stitch. The next morning, she returned to the fields. Suddenly, the children called her name. They carried heavy loads of wood. Tin, look. I collected so many branches for us. I found edible herbs too. Tin smiled, gently patting their small, messy heads. Oh, aren't you two just precious? A child ran up, offering her a vibrant flower. Come closer, sister. The girl giggled, tucking the delicate bloom into Tin's hair. In that simple moment, Tin's heart fluttered like a melody. She had finally found love. While Joan was focused on his work, Tin's voice rang out, making him turn instantly. Standing before Joan was a woman of beauty, radiating a gentle and warm light. They laughed together, their joy filling the air. For them, the entire world had vanished. But poverty was a cruel swamp. In Tin's hand, only a few measly coins remained. She stared at the coins in despair, her face clouding with overwhelming anxiety. This is not enough for food or medicine, despite my extra work. Suddenly, her brother called. Tin tilted her head in curiosity. Rumors of Doan's proposal had spread like wildfire. She could only respond with a bitter, knowing smile. Did Doan tell you that? Honestly, I am not ready for marriage yet. I have already rejected his advances 3 times. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke the truth. We have decided to sever our ties forever. Her voice was soft, yet filled with cold resolve. I have no intention of becoming his bride. I must make things clear to him as soon as possible. Their paths diverged right then and there. The scene shifts to a modern, high-end villa. Meanwhile, Tin was sprinting through the streets. Her footsteps echoed as she checked her delivery notes. 5 orders left to finish today. Anxiety gripped her heart. If I skip lunch, I can finish before sunset. A faint smile touched her lips. At this rate, next month would surely be better. Suddenly, a man collapsed right before her eyes. Tin froze, her face etched with pure shock. She gripped her notes and rushed forward. There was no time to hesitate. "Sir, are you all right?" Thompson struggled to stand, groaning in pain. Looking back, he recalled that fateful day. That was the first time I met her. He admitted it without a single doubt. Yes, Tin was the one who saved me. Later, she stayed by his side in the hospital. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained consciousness. Thompson's face turned red as a ripe tomato. Tin rushed to him, her eyes filled with deep concern. "You're finally awake." Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Thompson knelt before her with pure devotion. "Tin, will you marry me?" He held out an exquisite ring with a brilliant ruby. Days later, a desperate Doan was chasing after her. He asked with a trembling voice, "I heard you were getting married?" Then, the ring on her finger caught his eye. Despair consumed Doan's entire soul. "If you leave me, I will end my life right here." With those chilling words, he produced a mysterious vial of poison. Tin's face turned pale with horror. "Suicide?" "Yes, I cannot imagine a world without you," he replied firmly. In a final act of desperation, Doan let out a powerful cry. "Tin, please come back to me." But her expression remained cold and unyielding. She turned away, offering a flat rejection. "Do whatever you want." Tin walked away without looking back, her heart like stone. "Your life or death is no concern of mine. We ended things a long time ago." Her words cut like a blade. He stumbled after her in disbelief. "How can you be so cruel?" She didn't even turn her head. "If you are finished, then I am leaving." She whispered a final farewell. "I hope you find happiness with someone else." But Doan did the unthinkable. He suddenly twisted open the vial of poison. A heavy thud echoed through the air. Sensing something was wrong, she whipped around. "Doan!" His body lay motionless on the cold ground. Tin rushed to his side, screaming in agony. "Doan, please wake up." "No." Meanwhile, a miserable Thompson recounted his side. "I had no idea another man loved her so deeply." Estio made a bold observation. "It seems she wanted to keep this secret from her husband. She felt as if she were living under a curse." Hearing this, Thompson clenched his fists in frustration. Thompson bowed his head in immense pain. "In the end, did she only marry me for my wealth?" Estio's voice rang out immediately. "That might actually be the case. She left a poor farmer for a man of luxury." He let out a sigh of pure helplessness. Then, he suddenly put Thompson on the spot. "If that were true, would you change your decision?" Thompson froze at the unexpected question. Estio's voice was calm, yet it pierced his heart. "If her choice was driven by greed and poverty, if she only craved the status you possess, would she still be the most precious person in your world?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Then, he spoke every word with absolute sincerity. "No, Tin is still the one I treasure most." Estio looked him in the eye. "Then, what exactly has changed?" He looked back, his lips trembling. "Nothing has changed at all." Thompson's voice grew heavy with emotion. "Yes, Tin remains my most beloved wife. But the truth is, She is still trapped in those memories. Suddenly, Thompson let out a frustrated cry. It angers me that she threw away her own happiness. His voice broke as he struggled with an unspeakable agony. Tin's heart was frozen solid. She couldn't even look at her newborn daughter. Tom pleaded with tears in his eyes. Please, just hold our baby once. Estio sensed the truth. It wasn't coldness. Tin was drowning in absolute agony. The realization was a heavy blow. Yes, her soul was truly shattered. Estio spoke softly. She thinks every lost child is a price for her sins. Tom's world crumbled. How can that be? He fell into a dark silence. Kneeling by her side, Tom stared into her hollow eyes. He wouldn't leave. It's not your fault. He gently grasped her cold, distant hand. Leah is alive. She is waiting for you to come home to us. His voice cracked. Don't blame yourself anymore. Please, come back to me. He begged with everything. We will face this devastating pain together. Her eyes remained empty like a void. Still, he whispered hope in her ear. Because we are family. Suddenly, glass shattered. Chaos erupted in the room. Tom shielded her instantly. Tin's eyes finally flickered with warmth and life. Tom gasped in shock. Tin! At that moment, baby Leah began to cry. Tin stood up instantly. Lee! She rushed toward her daughter's voice. In the dark hallway, a small toy dangled. A lonely mobile in the air. She held her tight. I'm sorry, Leah. Mommy is finally here. Tom touched her shoulder. She's hungry, he said, handing over a bottle. He smiled through his tears. You heard her. Are you hungry too? We have soup, Tin whispered. Thank you. They embraced in pure joy. Elsewhere, Estio's grip failed. Suddenly, his terrifying dragon power vanished. Estio collapsed heavily. Estio! They screamed. Darkness swallowed the silent street. Thundering knocks hit a villa door. The sleepy chief grumbled awake. I'm coming! Who is it? The heavy door creaked open slowly. He froze. Tom held an unconscious Estio, whose face burned with fever. The chief raised a lamp. He checked the boy's dilated pupils carefully. He sighed deeply. Is this boy an awakened ability user? Yes. Tom nodded, his voice trembling. His power consumed him. The chief looked grim. Then the problem is his rampaging mana. This is beyond my skill. Estio's breathing remained jagged and wild. Beyond you? Where do we go? There is no cure in Galatia. The chief grew silent. He has lost control of his terrifying inner strength. In most cases, rest is the only hope. We must wait. He warned them gravely. You may need help from the high guilds. Tin comforted her husband. Then, they saw Neju leaning over the bed. Neju hovered near Estio. Tom and Tin watched the scene in silence. He huffed coldly. You brat. Then, Neju gently took the boy's hand. Earlier, Neju had screamed, Estio is hurting. Tom remembered the cry. Neju wept by his side. Tom sighed, scratching his head in thought. Leah is waiting. I'll pay the costs, so call me if you need. Neju looked up. What about the official request you promised? Tom looked at Tin. She gave him a supportive, beautiful smile. Tom's voice turned serious. To reopen my business? For him, I will. My wife is healed. I'll leave this hero in your hands now. Nezu nodded, her heart finally finding peace after his grim confirmation. The room fell silent as the others left, leaving Estio in solitary stillness. Scattered medical tools surrounded the bed where Estio lay, pale and utterly broken. Estio, Nezu whispered, her trembling voice echoing through the cold, empty room. The mission is over. You saved them all. You finally did it, Estio. She sat by his side, eyes heavy with sorrow. Please, wake up. Let's go home. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting a new light upon the sleeping city. In a warm room, Estio's eyes fluttered open. His breath was shallow and weak. He forced himself up, his gaze vacant as if his soul was still wandering. Finally, his eyes met Nezu's, which were now brimming with tears of pure relief. She lunged forward, hugging him tightly. Shouldn't you rest more? You're still unstable. Estio managed a weary smile. 2 days of sleep is more than enough for me. They stepped out into the biting snow, heading toward a renowned mercenary agency. Welcome to Exness G, the legendary guild with a near-perfect mission success rate. Inside, gold coins clattered on the table as the boss grinned with absolute greed. I've seen many geniuses, But your rise to fame is truly unprecedented, young man. Estio blinked, confused. Is that so? The boss nodded, his eyes gleaming brightly. Your reputation has reached the high nobles of every neighboring city. You're famous. Do you know what they're saying? Estio tilted his head, completely caught off guard. The boss's voice lowered. A monster with a power unlike any other has appeared. Soon, Estio stood before a grand estate, gripping a request from Viscount Fabian. Client, Viscount Fabian. Reward, hidden. The mystery of the job felt strangely heavy. Though confused by the odd request, the soldiers ushered him inside with deep respect. As they entered the mansion, a familiar figure came charging toward them in excitement. It was Hero, the wolf, nuzzling Estio with eyes that sparkled with pure joy. It's been a while, Hero. Estio leaned in, feeling a rare, warm connection. Saralyn pouted nearby. Do you really like Estio more than me? How cruel. She sighed in mock defeat. I guess I can't win against that bond. So, are you here because my father summoned you for another secret task? She bowed politely. Regardless, it's good to see you again. Estio nodded back. How have you been? Sio paused. I suppose things aren't too bad lately. Saralyn playfully pinched his cheek. Not too bad? That's such a vague answer. Estio looked at her intently. Aren't you afraid I'll read your deepest, darkest secrets? Not at all, she laughed. He countered. I could ruin your reputation, you know. She tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, that would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? He pushed further. What if I could manipulate your very emotions, Saralyn? Her eyes lit up. That sounds incredible. Estio froze. You aren't terrified of me? She gazed at him with total trust. Why? I know you'd never do that. Her unwavering faith left the dragon-blooded youth stunned and completely speechless for once. The butler interrupted. Pardon me, but the master is waiting for your arrival. Saralyn groaned in disappointment as she was forced to end their conversation. Fine, but you better visit me before you leave. No running away? Promise? She held out her pinky, smiling brightly. Inside, a quiet, stern study awaited. The Viscount stood with his back turned. Enter, he commanded, his voice cold. Estio bowed respectfully. The Viscount asked, Tell me, what do you know of cacti? A thorny cactus and a silver cross rested silently upon the table. Estio replied flatly, No. Suddenly, the man reached out to touch the thorns. How can life bloom in a waterless desert? The Viscount began lecturing with a smirk. Even plants don't need much water. Over. Nurturing them leads only to rot and death. His voice remained steady, neither too cold nor too warm, like a calm breeze. Soil and sun are vital, yet they are more temperamental than you might think. Estio spoke again, his voice laced with a dark, hidden meaning. A master who ignores its value will only bring it death. Estio looked down, brooding. Indeed. The Viscount stared intensely. Can you truly read the hearts of these plants? Estio remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto the Viscount's piercing gaze. His vision focused on the plant in the man's hand, piercing into its soul. Instantly, Uhuru shrieked. Shut the hell up! Estio flinched as the voice rang out. The Viscount stepped closer, skeptically musing if a simple plant could actually possess thoughts. That old man talks too much, Uhuru yelled. Estio's expression darkened in sheer awkwardness. A cactus has no choice, but you can choose the master who will elevate you. Then came the offer. Estio, become my subordinate. This is more than just a job. His voice carried a heavy weight. You shall become a member of the Fabian family. He blinked, his voice cautious. Are you suggesting I serve as one of your soldiers? The Viscount chuckled. A soldier? No. I have no use for you in the infantry. His lips curled into a smirk as he paused, his gaze growing deeper than before. I appoint you as advisor. Within this manor, none shall dare show you any disrespect. The only master you shall answer to is me. As a commoner, you will be granted the highest privileges of the Fabian house. Estio looked up. What is my task? The Viscount's eyes gleamed. Only what you can do. The Viscount reached out, patting the boy's shoulder with a cold, calculated familiarity. Leaning in with a sharp grin, he whispered, You will read the minds I choose. Don't listen, he's a manipulator. Uhuru screamed, but only Estio could hear the warning. Estio bowed politely but firmly refused. I am satisfied with my current life. Thank you. The Viscount paused. An offer, you say? He laughed coldly. There is a misunderstanding here. 𝑠TO, this is not a choice, it's an order. The boy stood his ground, his eyes filled with a new, sharp sense of wariness. And if I refuse? Nothing for now, but consequences will surely hunt you down. How arrogant, Ahuru mocked. Does this old fossil think he's some kind of prophet? 𝑠TO remained unmoved, giving only a slight, respectful nod of his head. Discuss this with my master first. The Viscount's suspicion began to grow. The man pondered. If the boy had agreed so easily, he would have been useless. This resistance was perfect. It meant he could finally use this talent to its fullest. I will give you time to decide. He handed the cactus over to his butler. Burn this prickly thing. Replace it with a flower that actually pleases the eye. Ahuru shrieked in rage. Keep your filthy human hands off me. Let go. The butler led him through the dark halls while the plant screamed in betrayal. Are you really dumping me? I haven't even stabbed anyone with my thorns yet. 𝑠TO stopped, his eyes fixed on the dusty, thorny plant. He hesitated, voice trembling slightly. If you're throwing it away, may I have it? The butler looked on in confusion. It has no flowers, only thorns. 𝑠TO reached out. Who says it won't bloom? The butler yielded the creature, handing it over to the boy's care. Wait here, he commanded. Lady Saralyn expects you to remain until her return. Oru whimpered in a fragile voice, so cold. I'll freeze before the fire takes me. 𝑠TO gazed at the shivering plant. I won't let you die, he vowed softly. The plant fell silent, sensing a strange power. Neither fire nor ice shall claim you. It's my first time seeing a cactus, 𝑠TO admitted, his voice echoing with mystery. If you thirst, speak. I will provide whatever you need to survive. His gaze was warmer than spring. I can hear your soul don't hide your pain. Are you a god? Ahu whispered. 𝑠TO's response was a shadow of mystery. Ahu began a long, grand introduction. Too long, 𝑠TO interrupted with a dry smile. Your name is Ahu now. Nezu watched with pride as his master took command. Talking to plants? 𝑠TO's hidden talent was truly the mark of a monster. A faint smile crossed his lips. Ahu, meet Nezu. You're both under my protection. Hello, little one, Nezu chirped. You're quite the adorable little thing, aren't you? Ahu blushed at the praise. 𝑠TO reached out, touching the spines without any fear. I only soften my thorns for you, master. Others would bleed for such insolence. 𝑠TO tilted his head. Can you move? Only with a warrior's iron will, Ahu replied. A spark of intrigue lit 𝑠TO's eyes. So, you haven't reached your full potential? When we grow strong enough, Ahu explained, we can move as freely as beasts. The young plant flexed its spines. My will is powerful enough to shift my weapons. 𝑠TO stared at Ahu. To move by sheer willpower. The path of a true king. The peace shattered as Jeremian roared. Didn't I tell you to disappear? You trash? 𝑠TO turned slowly. The noble stood there, his eyes burning with pure, elitist contempt. Is your peasant brain broken? Jeremian's boots thundered against the cold stone floor. Do you take my warnings for a joke, commoner? He spat the words like venom. He smirked mockingly. First reading hearts, now training animals to speak? How circus-like. Nezu stared back, unfazed. You really are a disgusting freak of nature, Jeremian hissed. The noble looked down upon him with the arrogance of a predator. Creating talking monsters? Now you're playing with weeds? What a pathetic waste of time. He eyed Nezu greedily. That white-furred beast would make a perfect, rare pet. Sensing the danger, Nezu looked up. Jeremian turned his cold gaze back to 𝑠TO. 𝑠TO remained silent, his dragon blood churning. Jeremian reached to snatch the creature away. I'm taking this from you. Consider it a tax for your miserable existence. Ahu screamed in rage. What kind of brainless fool is this idiot? 𝑠TO stood his ground. Nezu is not an object. He is my companion. Jeremian threw down a handful of gold. 10 coins. More than a peasant's life. He is not for sale, 𝑠TO repeated. Jeremian's face twisted into a hateful sneer. Greed doesn't suit a commoner. Tell me your price before I lose my patience. There is no price. The noble's eyes flared with a murderous, blinding rage. You dare defy nobility? Jeremian screamed, his hands trembling with absolute fury. I spared you once. Yet you dare bring your filth back to my house? Nezu trembled in fear. Estio stepped forward, shielding his friend with a cold aura. I came here by invitation. Keep your barking to yourself, Sir Scout. Jeremian grabbed his collar, shouting, I'll show you how poisonous a noble's wrath is. Stop it! Nezu's voice rang out like a divine command, freezing the noble's heart. The noble's grip released, sending Estio crashing to the cold floor. Neju rushed over, his voice trembling. Are you all right? Estio's brow furrowed in pain as he forced out a weak response. I'm fine. Suddenly, Jeremian's face twisted into a demonic grin. A loyal beast. I will pay 30 gold coins to claim him. Confusion clouded Estio's mind. What was this madness? With a flick of his wrist, the noble signaled his men. Take this white-furred creature to the pens immediately. Bolting upright, Estio let out a defiant roar. I told you. He is not for sale. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. Then, Jeremian hissed through his teeth. A mere peasant dares to scream at a noble? Have you lost your mind? The noble barked. Estio huddled low, his heart hammering against his ribs in terror. Blade-wielding soldiers closed in on the pair. Estio bowed his head, sensing the end. Suddenly, a guard lunged forward. Hand it over, the soldier demanded. But in a flash, blood sprayed across the floor, followed by a guttural scream. My hand! My hand! The guard wailed. There stood Neju, his claws extended and drenched in fresh crimson. Puddles of blood began to pool on the cold stone. The surrounding soldiers felt a primal shiver run down their spines. Jeremian's fists tightened, his voice cracking as he shouted to Mask, the terror rising in his throat. You dare strike a servant of House Fabian? From the shadows, a squad of knights rushed in, demanding answers. Pointing his spear at the boy, Jeremian shrieked. This peasant attempted to murder me. Seize him at once. You called me a monster first, Neju cried out. But before he could react, a heavy net ensnared his body. The trap surged with high-voltage magic, sending agonizing jolts through Neju's small frame. It was a horrifying realization these humans were more cruel than any beast. The knights watched his agony with twisted smirks. Drawing their blades, the knights closed in. In that desperate moment, Neju unleashed a scream of pure, unfiltered hatred. The sheer force of the cry sent Jeremian stumbling backward, his face pale as he tried to escape Neju's gaze. Suddenly, the Viscount appeared, his presence commanding silence. Jeremian, what is the meaning of this chaos? The elder noble's eyes flared with rage. You fool, he growled, grabbing Jeremian by the collar. That power was meant to be mine, and your interference ruined everything. Jeremian could only stare in stunned silence. Father, what do you mean? But the Viscount only scowled. Silence, you idiot. He then turned to his men. Soldiers, clean this up. Capture the boy alive, but do as you wish with the creature. The knights roared in unison, stepping forward. One among them began to chant a deadly incantation. Neju sensed the gathering mana immediately. With tears welling in his eyes, he looked toward his only friend. I'm sorry. Neju only wanted to stay by your side. Estio whispered back softly. Do not apologize, my friend. The mob's voices rose in a hateful chorus. Die, you filthy monster. Just die already. Neju's lips moved in a silent farewell. He turned back with a peaceful smile, accepting this was his end. The knight unleashed a torrent of flames. A massive explosion rocked the palace, swallowing Estio in thick, black smoke. Jeremian closed his eyes, a mocking thought crossing his mind. If you had taken the gold, none of this would have happened. Through the haze, a silhouette remained. Chapter 26. As the smoke cleared, Estio stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. The one who should apologize isn't Neju. His piercing gaze locked onto the cowering nobles. It's all of you. The Viscount and Jeremian froze in shock. How is he still standing? The Viscount shrieked, desperately ordering his knights to seize him. A knight tried to move, but his body suddenly seized. A strange, golden light flickered between his trembling fingers. In an instant, the guard's body arched as if struck by lightning. He fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. He let out a guttural scream of agony. Another knight, fueled by blind rage, swung his blade toward Estio. Estio turned his head slowly, meeting the attacker's eyes. In that moment, the knight felt his soul wither in fear. Cold sweat poured down the man's face. His jaw hung slack, unable to form words amidst his paralyzing terror. The knight reversed his blade, aiming it directly at his own heart. The Viscount lunged forward in a panic. "Briss! Stop!" But it was too late. The blade sank deep, spraying crimson blood across Estio's pale skin. Yet, Estio remained eerily calm. His expression never flickered as he stared down the remaining cowards. Only 3 knights remained, their weapons shaking as they stared at the terrifying power they had awakened. With one chilling glance from Estio, the knight's eyes turned hollow, his very soul seemingly extinguished. Swords clattered as the knights collapsed like puppets, crushed by the terrifying dark aura erupting from Estio. Jeremian let out a pained groan as his strength vanished, his body hitting the cold dirt. He scrambled back in terror just as Saralyn appeared on the stairs, her face drenched in tears. "Father! Brother!" she cried. But Estio only met her plea with a gaze of frozen ice. Saralyn's breath hitched as she suddenly plummeted. The Viscount screamed in agony. "Sarah!" He cradled her cold, limp body, barking at Estio. "Is your thirst for blood not yet satisfied?" Estio stood in the silence, wondering why he had ever bothered to suppress his true nature. Memories of being a hated outcast surfaced, shattering the final chains of his lingering hesitation. He clenched his fists until they bled, then flashed a smile that radiated pure, calculated malice. "I will stop," Estio whispered. The Viscount froze, foolishly believing he had found a moment of mercy. "On one condition, pretend this never happened." The Viscount's breath hitched at the cold command. "Never." An enraged roar tore through the air from the broken ruins behind them. Jeremian screamed, "You monster! You expect us to forget your slaughter?" Estio turned his freezing gaze. His voice remained deathly calm, vibrating with power. "This was never a request." Estio tilted his head with a terrifying smirk. "It is a decree." Jeremian could only seethe in silence. Their bodies suddenly failed them. The entire family slumped to the ground, silenced by his overwhelming will. Just as Estio prepared to vanish into the shadows, a familiar, ancient sound echoed from behind. Suki's form began to warp and expand, her tail lengthening as her hidden power finally awakened. A massive, terrifying tiger now stood before Estio. "Don't get distracted now, boy." Realizing the weight of his path, Estio gripped the enchanted net, ready to leave his past behind. He placed Neju upon Suki's broad back. "Ride with us," the great beast commanded. Estio hesitated, worried for his friend. "I can walk. I don't want to exhaust you." "Your weight is nothing to me," Suki replied. Estio finally climbed onto the tiger's powerful back. "I'm in your hands then." Suki let out a low growl. "Then hold on tight." They blurred through the midnight gale like a black streak. In the silence, Estio whispered her name. Suki responded instantly. Estio's confession came slowly. "It seems I truly am a monster now. I can read hearts and force men to end their own lives with a single thought. I've taken so many lives, yet I feel nothing but a sickening, empty void." His soul was in turmoil. "I know it is wrong, yet I feel no fear or sorrow." Suki didn't flinch, her gaze remaining fixed on the horizon. "And so what if you are?" "If it were me, I would have slaughtered them all," she stated with cold, sharp eyes. Suki gestured as if tearing through 1,000 enemies, her killing intent matching his own. "Never pity those who threaten what you cherish. You are still far too soft, Estio." He slumped forward, the heavy burden of his newfound power pressing down on his shoulders. "It is okay to be sad," she softened. Aru chimed in. "Listen to me, kid. A real monster wouldn't spend a single second worrying if they were actually normal. And even if you are a monster, so what? We are a talking monkey and a tiger. Being a monster isn't a crime. Do you hate us too?" Estio could only stare in shock. Aru waved his hands frantically, trying to take back his clumsy words. "Wait, I misspoke." They vanished into the freezing night. Elsewhere, Hack let out a thunderous, frustrated scream. 𝒂𝒄𝒌 scratched his head sheepishly. "Forgive me, but this is a direct order from the top. Who gave that damn bird authority?" 𝒂𝒄𝒌 snapped back. "He is an avian, not a bird." Hack was reaching his limit when Rosalie stepped in, cutting through the thick tension. "Branch manager," she said firmly, "could you please try to maintain your composure for once?" H's rage boiled over. "Stay calm? How can I be calm?" he roared. Rosal spotted the letter, an urgent summons from the guild's ST branch. Her eyes trembled. Was this royal pressure or fear of his power? The hated outcast was missing 10 days. Dark rumors were spreading fast. Suddenly, The heavy, chained doors groaned wide open. H growled, defending the boy. He'd never hurt anyone like that. "Branch manager," 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 called. He turned, exhausted. Now what? 𝑠TO stepped inside firmly. "I'm back. Forgive my delay, everyone." H scanned his tattered frame. His voice choked with emotion. 𝑠TO stood there, his face stained with dirt and dried blood. H gripped his shoulder tightly. "You did well to survive, kid." 𝑠TO blinked, confused. "Aren't you going to ask about the mission?" H hid a smile. "You'll report later. We were just worried." 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 nodded. Nearby, Parker cleared his throat to gain attention. H approached 𝑠TO, scratching his head. "I'm just glad you're safe. This job is lethal. We've lost too many talents already." He looked behind the boy. "Wait, where is your partner?" "That white monkey," H clarified. 𝑠TO's expression turned somber. "Injured and resting," he whispered. "We must remain very careful." H's face softened. The heavy tension finally left his body. "Rest for now. You have 3 days before the report." "I'm sorry," a loud voice interrupted. "But that won't happen." H frowned at the manager. "I'm letting him rest. The problem? Why so difficult?" "I'm Byrne Parker, the headquarters messenger." In that moment, divine wings unfurled, shining with celestial light. 𝑠TO stared. "An angel?" "HQ requires your power, 𝑠TO." The sudden command left the boy completely frozen in shock. Parker's gaze sharpened. Soon, the carriage sped across the plains. 𝑠TO watched the world pass, remembering the manager's stunned face. Why agree so easily? 𝑠TO gripped his suitcase tightly. "I'm a member," he replied. "I can't refuse the headquarters." H stood frozen, eventually sighing at the boy's unwavering resolve. Back in reality, 𝑠TO felt both grateful and deeply guilty. Yet, he felt lucky to have found a new destination. Golden sunlight bathed his hair. Oru's voice suddenly rang out. "I found your problem." The spirit teased with excitement. "You're too obedient. You need to learn how to say no. Be honest." Parker noticed 𝑠TO's dazed look and grew worried. "Something wrong?" 𝑠TO smiled. Oru screamed, "Don't lie to him." "I stayed up all night worrying about your kindness, brat." Oru pouted. "I'm sorry," 𝑠TO whispered. "But please, stay quiet." Oru sat down, grumbling. Parker watched 𝑠TO with intense suspicion. "Were you talking to that plant?" 𝑠TO answered calmly. "Yes." Parker gasped. "Amazing. Can you really read minds as well?" 𝑠TO's inner voice groaned. Asterisk. "This is going to be a headache." Asterisk. 𝑠TO turned to Neju, who was trapped in a nightmare. The creature's face contorted with a pained groan. 𝑠TO's expression shifted to deep concern. Suddenly, Parker jolted awake, whispering, "This is terrifying. They claim white-furred monkeys are monsters. What if it decides to devour us?" 𝑠TO sighed as he read the intrusive thoughts. "Some secrets are better left unprobed." Parker shouted in embarrassment. 𝑠TO awkwardly asked if his curiosity had finally been satisfied. "Stop reading my mind," Parker snapped. At that moment, Neju finally woke up. Her eyes scanned the dark. 𝑠TO gently patted her, urging her to rest for the long journey. "And you?" she murmured. 𝑠TO leaned down, claiming he had already found some sleep. Seeing his exhaustion, Neju offered her soft fur. "Lean on me. I'll be your pillow." He smiled softly, but Neju pulled him close. "My fur is soft, so hurry up." His hair brushed against her silky mane. 𝑠TO looked up and whispered a quiet thank you. Later, he noticed Parker staring. "Do you have something to say?" he asked. "You look like a family," Parker noted. Ahu pouted jealously as the sky began to weep. Inside, Parker checked on 𝑠TO. "Aren't you cold? Should I increase the heat?" 𝑠TO shook his head. Parker remained worried, offering yet another blanket for the journey. "Tell me if you're hungry," Parker urged. 𝑠TO replied that he was already perfectly comfortable. He recalled the cold attic of his past. Suddenly, a strange craving for sweets surfaced. He missed the taste of those specific candies from the branch office. Outside, the rain turned into a rhythmic deluge, drumming against the wooden carriage. 𝑠TO watched the storm. Ahu jumped with excitement, sensing the shifting atmosphere. "Perfect for a ghost story," Ahu shouted, trying to sound as menacing as possible. 𝑠TO touched Ahu's spikes. "Humans are far more terrifying than any ghost," he whispered. He looked at Parker, who was nodding off and yawning in total exhaustion. Ahu complained about the snoring. Suddenly, Neju's ears twitched at an unnatural vibration. She bolted upright, eyes filled with terror. Estio immediately moved to soothe her. "It's okay, Neju," he began. But she stared into the distance. Something was surrounding them. Neju's instincts screamed. These beings were neither human nor animal. "They are coming to kill us," she warned. Suddenly, the driver burst through the door. "We're surrounded. A pack of monsters has completely blocked our path." Parker stumbled up, asking about their numbers and if escape was even possible. "They are happy monsters with elite combat power," the driver cried in despair. Parker froze. "Those beasts only appear in winter. Why are they here now?" "I don't know," the driver stammered, his face turning deathly pale. Escape was impossible. They were faster than horses. Neju suddenly leaped outside. She declared she would scout ahead. Estio reached out, but she was already gone. Neju vanished into the dark. "Stay there, Estio." Her voice echoed through the rain. Estio's hand remained frozen in the air. The torrential rain felt like an omen of doom. The carriage stopped in the silent forest. The driver trembled, lost in total confusion. Parker backed away, terrified of facing the happy monsters without any help. "I'm just a delivery man. I have no way to fight them," he pleaded. "I'll go." Estio's voice broke the silence, heavy with a new, dark resolve. "But you're no warrior," Parker cried. Estio's response was cold as a winter gale. "I don't intend to fight them," he said. Parker felt a sudden, chilling shiver. Estio's eyes had changed. They were icy, reflecting a power that wasn't human. Was he sacrificing Neju? In the shadows, the sound of wings grew deafening. Bearer rushed forward, trembling. "Estio." His voice held a sharp, wary warning. "The happy pack is bloodthirsty. They are relentless predators. You cannot face them alone. These beasts are different. They aren't aimless wanderers like me." Bearer pleaded in desperation. "Please, listen to me." Fear choked his every word. "Killing a few won't stop them." Panic clouded Bearer's frantic face. "We must flee before the slaughter." Suddenly, a predator lunged overhead. It targeted Parker with lethal intent. Estio froze as death approached. Blood sprayed across Parker's face. Estio's eyes sharpened with cold fury. Estio had shielded the blow. "Stio!" Parker screamed in pure horror. Fangs sank deep into Estio's shoulder. "I see only carnage," Bearer moaned. "Your shoulder! Those teeth!" The beast shrieked and finally retreated. The echoes of the clash reached the others. They watched the struggle below. The beast recoiled in sudden terror. Neju lunged, crushing the beast's throat. He struck without a shred of mercy. The beast collapsed onto the grass. "Estio, are you all right?" Neju asked. "It's just a scratch," Estio lied. Dark, dried blood stained his cloak. "Small price for a life," he muttered. Bearer stood there, completely stunned. No thanks were given. Suddenly, a storm of beasts descended. The group braced for the final stand. Estio watched them with terrifying calm. One beast dived for the kill. Estio's gaze turned sub-zero. The dragon's blood stirred. "Halt," he commanded. The chaotic winds died instantly. An unnatural silence gripped the forest. The predators froze like statues. "Should I end them?" Estio wondered. "Return to your nest." The swarm obeyed and vanished instantly. Bearer's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. "Monsters obeying a human? Let's go, Parker," Estio said coldly. "As expected. You're amazing." Neju grinned. Parker remained paralyzed on the ground. The fallen beast lay broken nearby. The shadows felt heavy and suffocating. The remaining monsters were gone. Was it truly over so easily? No wonder the world hunts him. "Stay alert," Neju warned Han gently. "Are you hurt?" Bearer watched Estio from the shadows. "That boy. He's dangerous." The storm passed, leaving cold starlight. The carriage pressed on through night. Estio fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. "You truly are a nuisance." A strange voice echoed in the dark. Estio woke, his senses sharp again. Suki stood over him, scolding his recklessness. "Always acting on your own. This is why I loathe humans." Estio stared in surprised silence. "Just sleep," Suki muttered. "Don't get yourself bitten again, idiot." Suki's gaze softened with hidden guilt. "I'm sorry," Estio whispered with sincerity. "Don't apologize," Suki sighed. "Just stay out of trouble next time. Don't get hurt again, Estio." The night finally began to fade. They arrived at the frozen northern wastes. Ahuru danced in the biting morning air. Estio watched the display, confused. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the pot grew tiny legs. Estio froze in place. The sight before him was truly impossible. "Surprised I can walk?" Ahu laughed, mocking Estio's stunned expression. "Did a mobile cactus ruin your morning nap? Dragon blood?" Ahu's face turned serious. Suddenly, Neju approached them with haste. Neju stared at Ahu, eyes sparkling with pure wonder. "You can walk?" Neju teased the plant, poking it playfully. Ahu laughed, basking in the praise. The commotion finally stirred Parker from his deep, exhausted slumber. He blinked, confused by the sight of them laughing and playing. "Your friends are quite the eccentric bunch," Parker noted, intrigued. But he remembered Estio's power. Commanding monsters with a single word wasn't normal. Bearer recalled the moment Estio stood firm against the flying happy swarm. Estio's wounded figure held a terrifying authority that forced them back. If he befriended a dragon, I wouldn't even be surprised anymore. Parker stretched, sensing Estio's heart-reading dominance. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Estio ignored the confusion and complimented him. "Those wings, they're magnificent." Parker blushed, awkwardly scratching his head at the unexpected praise. Their carriage pressed onward, cutting through the desolate, frozen wasteland. At breakfast, Estio watched Ahu running around like a hyperactive child. Curiosity piqued. Estio asked, "Ahu, do you need some water?" "No way, I'm stuffed," Ahu declined. Estio wondered when he had eaten. Ahu shook his head, preparing to reveal a startling secret. "It happened yesterday while you were bleeding out," Ahu explained gravely. "Remember how much you bled from that shoulder wound?" Crimson droplets had poured from Estio, drenching the dry earth below. By pure chance, that blood fell directly onto the stationary Ahu. The story took a dark, supernatural turn as Ahu pointed upward. "I drank your blood, Estio." The young heir fell into a silent trance. Estio reached out, lifting the cactus to examine this strange mutation. "You consumed my blood?" Estio asked, sensing his dragon lineage reacting. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the carriage as the realization set in. Sensing their fear, Ahu shrieked an explanation to clear the air. "It was an accident. I couldn't move, and it just fell on me. Then, this flower bloomed on my head for the very first time." Estio held Ahu gently, his eyes wide with a new fascination. "You bloomed because you tasted the blood of the black dragon? Forget the flower. Focus on the walking, blood-drinking plant part." Bearer sat in the corner, completely speechless at the unfolding madness. Ahu then plucked the crimson blossom and offered it to Estio. "A gift for you." Estio accepted the flower, feeling its strange heat. As Ahu began to speak again, a blinding golden light erupted. The blossom glowed with an ancient power that defied all logic. The petals withered into essence, surging directly into Estio's trembling wrist. It melted. Ahu wailed in despair as his precious gift vanished. "My fruit!" Ahu screamed Estio's name, sensing a terrifying change. "Estio, look! Your shoulder!" The dragon's power was finally awakening. Estio felt a strange pulsing sensation where his wound used to be. The pain was vanishing. Confused, he began to inspect the injury right then and there. Noticing the total lack of pain, he hurriedly ripped the bandages away. The gruesome gash from yesterday had vanished, leaving behind only flawless skin. This mystical flower, it possesses a legendary power of regeneration. Ahu chirped in excitement at the miracle. Estio, however, suddenly remembered something far more pressing. "Neju!" he called out, causing the spirit to jump. His mind raced back to the previous night's shadows. "Suki visited us last night, didn't he?" Neju paused, his expression turning solemn. "You're half right. It turned out Suki had been riding atop the carriage since the very beginning." "Not a dream." Estio threw on his clothes, his heart hammering against his ribs. He grabbed the door handle, ready to leap. His sudden, reckless move sent a wave of sheer panic through everyone inside the cabin. Parker screamed in terror, chasing after him. "Stop! Jumping from a moving carriage is suicide." But Estio was deaf to the warnings. His eyes were locked onto the roof of the speeding vehicle. "Suki! I know you're up there." He waited, holding his breath for a sign. In the blink of an eye, a familiar shadow flickered and manifested before him. The creature let out a sharp cry of safety. Estio exhaled in relief. "It's dangerous up there. Come inside." Suki looked at Estio with a strange, knowing gaze before finally creeping toward the open door. It's you who is in more danger than I am, human. The beast seemed to signal. With a helping hand, Suki leaped into the carriage with predatory grace. Estio finally let out a long, shaky breath. He slammed the door shut and sat beside the creature, leaving Parker staring in absolute disbelief. A cat? Parker blinked, unaware he was in the presence of a monstrous beast. Is it yours? Estio shook his head at the innocent question. No. Suki doesn't belong to any master. Suki gave a massive, bored yawn. Parker, ever the curious one, leaned in closer to inspect him. Estio read his mind instantly. And no, he isn't some common stray either. Parker relaxed, assuming they were just old friends. Suki, however, watched the man with deep suspicion. Who is this fool? Suki grumbled. Estio simply introduced him as Parker, though the beast didn't care. The creature curled up on Estio's lap. That wound of yours, is it gone? Estio smiled softly, stroking the dark fur. Oru used its power to heal me. Suki snorted in derision. That tiny weed did something useful? Oru bristled with immediate indignation. Sensing the tension, Estio chuckled. Don't underestimate it. It carries a divine healing light. Suki, if you're going to follow me anyway. The beast remained stubborn, refusing to yield. I'm not following you. I just happened to be exploring nearby. Estio grew desperate at the beast's pride. Then why not just join me for real? Suki went silent, refusing to answer, but his tail flicked with joy. Estio remembered the day he first found Suki the moment his life changed. Suki cherished those memories too. Back in the present, the carriage rumbled along the winding path. Fine. I'm only staying because you're far too reckless on your own. You always get hurt when I'm away. Estio nodded, a genuine smile forming. Thank you, Suki. He patted the beast's head, but Suki felt something different, an awakening power deep within the boy. Suki closed his eyes. Estio was changing into something terrifying, but to him, it didn't matter. Time blurred as the landscape shifted. Finally, the heavy wheels of the carriage ground to a halt. While Estio stood lost in thought, a familiar voice cut through the air. Estio! Parker pointed toward the towering structure ahead. The warp gate to headquarters is finally within sight. A moment later, Estio led his band of misfits out to witness the grand architectural marvel. Parker rushed to the officials. Bear and Estio of the Ignis Guild. Bill the fees to our account. The officer nodded. Understood. Warning. Adults are limited to 3 transitions per day for safety. He added a final caution. Brace yourself. The dimensional shift often leaves a lingering sting. Accept these terms, and the path to your destiny shall finally open. Estio observes in silence. Having confirmed the documents, the boy with dragon blood steps forward without hesitation. With bated breath, he crosses the threshold of the shimmering teleportation gate. A sudden, blinding radiance forces Estio to shield his eyes from the glare. As his vision clears, a world of gold and glory unfolds. The sheer opulence leaves him utterly breathless. Behind him, Parker and the rest of the group quickly catch up. This palatial wonder is no dream. It is the heart of the great guild. Parker's voice breaks the silence with a grin. Welcome to the headquarters of the Ignis Guild. Estio nods slowly, his gaze sweeping across the massive, intricate architecture of his new reality. They ascend the long corridors toward the upper sanctums. It is a world Estio has never known. The endless spiral of stairs feels like a climb toward the heavens themselves. The guide remains silent while the young dragonair is lost in his own dark reflections. Does paradise truly exist in the sky? Or is it just a playground for the powerful and wealthy? He knows the truth. Where there is power, there are always vultures and sycophants begging for scraps. Estio wonders if climbing higher will truly change the fate of a hated child. He shakes his head, dismissing the foolish thought. Only strength matters in this cold world. Parker turns back with a sudden, triumphant smile. We have finally reached our destination. Surprised by the speed, Estio watches as Parker explains the secret of their swift journey. These are magic stairs. They function much like a spatial gate to save time. The guildmaster has been missing for 3 months. You will be meeting the vice leader instead. They stand before a set of massive, imposing doors that guard the inner sanctum. Without a moment's delay, the guide reaches out to ring the bell, seeking entry. Moments pass in agonizing silence. There is no response from the other side of the wood. The silence stretches, becoming heavy and awkward. Parker sighs, clearly frustrated by the lack of professionalism. It seems the vice leader has fallen into another deep slumber. 𝑆TO stands stunned. Without another word, Parker begins hammering the bell with desperate, rapid strikes. After a chaotic symphony of ringing, the giant doors finally creak and burst open wide. 𝑆TO reacts with dragon-like instincts, pulling his companion back just as the door swings violently. The sheer aggression leaves Parker dazed, while the small spirit trembles with absolute rage. My head nearly rolled off. How dare you be so reckless with my life? 𝑆TO watches silently as a disheveled figure emerges from the room, clutching a blade. The man blinks with sleepy eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Who dares disturb my peace? He stares at Parker with a look of pure confusion. I do not remember ordering chicken. Parker snaps back in fury. For the last time, Vice Leader, I am not your dinner. The spirit sighs, whispering that the sleepy man actually had a point about the chicken. Parker ignores the insult and gets to the point. I have brought a special guest. The man looks lost. A guest? What guest are you talking about? Your guest. The man simply yawns, already turning back toward his comfortable bed. Stop talking nonsense. Why should I see anyone? Is there no one downstairs to work? I am docking your pay for ruining my perfect morning nap with this noise. Parker bristles at the blatant disrespect as the vice leader begins to walk away. Suddenly, the kitten Suki lets out a soft cry. The man freezes, his eyes widening in shock. He looks down at the tiny cat, his cold demeanor instantly melting into a laugh. You are quite the beauty. Are you the guest? He reaches out, but Suki coldly turns away. The cat walks straight to 𝑆TO's feet. Seeing his chance, Parker prepares to strike a deal. He was the one chosen to fill the elite support role at the Galacia Esto branch. Clutching an ahu cactus beside Neju, 𝑆TO met W's gaze as he stood up abruptly. W burst into laughter, looking absolutely intrigued. Did you bring our new leader to me? Dropping his guard, he offered a hand to 𝑆TO. I am 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, Vice Master of Ignis. As they shook hands, W smirked. So, I finally meet the leader from the legends? 𝑆TO grew curious at those cryptic words, yet he quickly urged everyone to enter. Just come inside, 𝑆TO muttered, stepping through the threshold of the mysterious room. Despite the palace's grand exterior, W's private chambers were a chaotic, cluttered mess. The sight left 𝑆TO speechless. He had never seen such a filthy, disorganized bedroom. Is this a pigsty? Neju asked, looking distressed as she struggled to find footing. W ignored their shock and marched deep into the chaos of his own room. It's fine, he laughed, stepping directly onto piles of precious documents without a care. He didn't mind the mess, but he found Neju's presence to be incredibly fascinating. That white monkey speaks so fluently. Is he part human? W wondered aloud. Neju flinched in surprise. How did you know? W simply chuckled, approaching the creature. Just a guess, W teased, his tone suddenly turning heavy with a strange, hidden meaning. I wouldn't tell mere humans how I speak, W added, leaving 𝑆TO feeling uneasy. 𝑆TO watched him closely, sensing a massive gap between the man's words and actions. Care for some coffee? W offered, but 𝑆TO immediately shook his head in refusal. Too young to taste the delicious bitterness of adulthood, I see. W sighed dramatically. Perhaps a soda would suit you better, Wen muttered, turning to prepare the drinks. 𝑆TO remained silent, his refusal having nothing to do with the coffee's bitter taste. Moments later, W returned with a tray, even offering a plate of sweet biscuits. Holding the hot cup, 𝑆TO grew pensive, his mind drifting toward his own hidden fate. Our new leader is certainly much younger than I expected, W noted with a smirk. I have already passed my coming-of-age ceremony, 𝑆TO retorted, making W roar with laughter. That's why you're a child. Real adults just say thank you when complimented on youth. Remembering his duty, Bear called out, Vice Master. W looked up from his coffee, surprised. 𝑆TO's expression soured, clearly annoyed by the Vice Master's eccentric and playful behavior. You sound like a creep teasing a child. Stop playing around and get to business. W laughed, finally turning serious. The Guildmaster summoned the leader for a reason. 𝑆TO was confused. But why me? W instantly read the doubt written on his face. You're questioning the title? W asked. 𝑆TO nodded firmly, his heart racing with uncertainty. It was the Master's will. I am merely the messenger of your destiny. The leader title is a new rank, and even I don't know its full depth. 𝑆TO and Parker stood frozen, unsure how to react to such a heavy revelation. 𝑠TO stared at his coffee, wondering if this guild was truly a place he could trust. Their true motives were shrouded, and their positions seemed to shift like the shadows. 𝑠TO's gaze turned sharp, judging W silently. At least, he sensed no lies yet. While the boy was deep in thought, W spoke again, his voice echoing with authority. From this moment, your missions will be entirely different from any ordinary quest. Different? 𝑠TO asked, sensing the dormant dragon power stirring deep within his blood. Only a true leader possesses the strength for these special trials. W smirked dangerously. Deep within the vast headquarters, the Vice Master's voice resonated like a dark omen. Missions meant only for a leader. 𝑠TO pondered the path that now lay before him. As the new leader watched, a heavy sack was suddenly tossed his way. 𝑠TO stared at the mysterious bundle. Wen urged him to accept it. As 𝑠TO stood puzzled, Wen grinned, revealing it was a special promotion gift. The parchment clearly displayed his new title, Ignis Esto Leader. Wen's voice continued to resonate across the room. It contained his official uniform, a new guild badge, support equipment, and a stash of guild coins. Bearer looked on in shock at the reward before 𝑠TO. A spark of deep curiosity began to flicker. Wen glanced aside as Neju watched the unfolding events with pure, unbridled excitement. Laughing, the old man shared his thoughts. This was just his own curiosity, nothing to do with the master. While 𝑠TO struggled to grasp the situation, Wen continued to speak with an enigmatic tone. He wondered what hidden power the master saw to demand such companionship. He had pondered this while waiting. With an expectant smile, Wen asked for a small demonstration. Could he see that power before they departed? 𝑠TO remained silent, stunned by the confusing barrage of requests from the elder. Without warning, Wen snatched a nearby blade. He demanded to see the true extent of the boy's strength. Time seemed to stretch as Wen sat beside the sword within his private quarters. He suddenly erupted into a delighted laugh. On the table, the coffee and biscuits remained completely untouched. Only 𝑠TO's cup had fallen, leaving a dark, jagged stain spreading across the cold floor. Wen grew pensive, staring at the remaining cup. He questioned the very idea of a fair fight. Challenging such a monster was laughable. Moments ago, Wen had gripped his sword, eager to test the brat. Seizing the opening, he lunged directly at 𝑠TO. He wanted to feel the boy's true weight. Yet, the youth didn't flinch. He sat perfectly still, ignoring the lethal steel closing in on him. Wen was baffled by the lack of defense. Suddenly, something blurred past, freezing him in his tracks. Confusion was etched deep into the old man's face. He looked at 𝑠TO, who was still calmly holding his coffee. The boy hadn't even lifted a finger. Realization struck. Wen was holding his own blade to his own throat. Resistance proved to be entirely useless. His body refused to move. As Wen struggled for control, 𝑠TO finally looked up and spoke. "Is this what you desired?" His eyes shimmered with a terrifying hypnotic draconic light. Was that demonstration enough? Trembling, Wen's grip failed, and his sword clattered to the ground. Back in reality, Wen sighed as he recalled that humiliating, bone-chilling encounter. He kicked his feet up, exhausted by the mounting paperwork. Being a mentor was proving to be draining. A leader? The guildmaster should have been more specific about this boy's terrifying nature. This wasn't a subordinate. It was a sovereign. No one could ever hope to tame such a predator. Wen exhaled a breath of pure relief. He was lucky the boy hadn't devoured him right then. He remembered 𝑠TO's cold, piercing gaze. A thrill of excitement washed over him regarding the future. Now, he could only wait for the chaos to unfold. A legendary new era had finally dawned. The scene shifted to a grand corridor within the main headquarters. A voice whispered, "Magnificent." A large pot filled with nutrient-rich soil was brought before Ahu. 𝑠TO asked if he liked the special soil prepared for him. Ahu nodded vigorously, absolutely delighted. Seeing his companion so happy brought a rare smile to 𝑠TO's face. All was well for now. After settling Ahu into his new home, 𝑠TO surveyed his massive new office. The room was vast, filled with luxury. There was even dedicated space for Neju and Suki. To fill the void, servants had adorned the walls with paintings of the world's most famous landmarks. 𝑠TO stood baffled by the opulence. He wondered why they had gone to such extreme lengths. Neju's cheerful voice broke his thoughts. She excitedly presented a collection of brand new garments. Exquisite, high-end outfits were meticulously packed inside a sleek, professional suitcase. 𝑠TO nodded, finally understanding. Neju's excitement only seemed to grow as she went through the gear. It wasn't just clothes. She began reading a long list of custom items prepared specifically for him. It's enchanted with magic. Neju's face lit up with more excitement than ever before. It features self-cleaning, temperature regulation, and even shock absorption. Truly top-tier gear. While Neju dreamed of the future, Estio stood deep in thought. Does Neju need clothes too? Remembering something vital, Estio called out, "Wait, Neju!" The creature turned back, looking confused. Estio stepped forward, sharing his concern. "I'll see if I can find outfits for you and Suki." The idea baffled Neju. He didn't need clothes. Even Suki stepped forward to voice her protest. "It's just a hassle, so don't bother." Estio sighed, looking down at them with worried eyes. "Are you not cold without them? Or are you perhaps embarrassed to be bare like this?" Suki was left speechless. She simply leaned into his touch, enjoying the boy's gentle stroke. "Animals don't wear clothes, we have fur," Neju added, eyeing Estio's newly prepared royal attire. "I heard humans wear fine clothes to be treated well. They call it social status." Estio stood dazed, failing to grasp Neju's words. Silence swallowed the quiet room for a moment. Recalling the advice Neju had given him before, Estio's expression shifted into one of pure confusion. "If I look better, will people finally like me?" Neju smiled, explaining the harsh reality again. It was mind-boggling. Could high social standing truly make more people like a person? Not even a king is loved by everyone. Neju prepared to dive deeper into the explanation. His eyes sparkled as he continued. "At the very least, they won't dare attack you first," Neju declared with a serious face. "I'll protect you, but it's trouble if someone stronger attacks." Suddenly, Neju remembered the bitter feeling of being too weak to save a loved one. Seeing the shadow of grief on Neju's face, Estio felt a sudden wave of understanding. He reached out a hand in quiet empathy. Neju flinched, confused by this sudden, strange behavior. To Neju's shock, Estio immediately reached out and unfastened the heavy chain from his neck. "I'll take this off when we're alone. Being shackled like this must be suffocating for you." As the collar fell away, Neju felt a rush of long-forgotten freedom. "I feel much lighter now." Estio exhaled deeply, his gaze serious. "I couldn't stand seeing you bound like that either." Neju nodded, understanding the silent bond. Meanwhile, Suki leaped down from Estio's shoulder, but Estio's focus remained on Nehu. A soft, genuine smile finally touched his lips. "Thank you for the clothes, and for caring." Estio nodded, confirming his resolve once more. "And Neju, don't worry anymore." Neju stood frozen, moved by the boy's heartbreaking kindness. Secretly, Estio's mind raced. If I wish it, I could make anyone kneel before me now. He felt a change within. His power was awakening, growing stronger with every passing breath. A cold thought crossed his mind. Why should I even worry about them anymore? Battles that once seemed impossible were now trivial. Even the harpies were no longer a threat. "It's almost too convenient," he mused, clenching his fist as dark energy flickered within. He remained silent, a grim realization dawning. Perhaps humans were more selfish than he imagined. The scene shifts to a nearby tavern. A loud, cheerful voice rings out. "A request!" Parker hurriedly pulled out a carefully sealed letter and presented it to the young leader. Estio, mid-tasting a new dish, looked up in surprise. He took the letter with practiced grace. "Thanks, Parker." But as Parker leaned in, a few chicken feathers drifted into Estio's soup. Parker laughed heartily, scratching his head. "Just doing my job. Liking the new headquarters yet?" Estio studied the seal, nodding thoughtfully. "It's surprisingly comfortable. I have no complaints. I was actually getting bored, so a new request makes me feel a bit relieved." Parker's eyes gleamed with admiration. "You really are meticulous, aren't you, Estio? Or should I say, leader? Want to eat?" Estio invited, making Parker's day instantly. "Really? I'll get my plate." Estio opened the letter, his thoughts sinking into the mission. "Commander, leader, these titles feel heavy. I still walk in shadows, uncertain of my own path. Before me lay a cryptic scroll. House Mubi. A request with a reward that felt like destiny's bait. Mubi. The name echoed in my mind. Memories resurfaced as the pieces of the puzzle began to fit. While I pondered, Ahu approached with a grim warning. "I know that place," he whispered, his voice trembling. They were a rising power. A new ducal clan carving their name in blood and influence. Their head is the Emperor's kin, a man who moves like a phantom. A chill of realization ran down my spine. Have you met him? I asked. Ahu smirked with pride. Kid, my connections reach further than you imagine. Neju's eyes widened in confusion. I turned softly, breaking down the complex web of shadows for my friend. Ahu has encountered the one who sent this plea, I clarified. The weight of the situation was growing. Neju beamed, showering the cactus with praise. Ahu knows everything. You truly are a legendary companion. Blushing under the heat of the compliments, Ahu stammered. Stop it. You're pretty impressive yourself, you know. While Suki slept soundly, Ahu lowered his voice. The man we're dealing with, he's touched by madness. An image of a shrouded warrior flickered. His blade work. It is nothing short of divine terror. This revelation struck me like a physical blow. A swordsman of that caliber seeking help? Is he truly that formidable? I pressed. Ahu shook his head, his expression darkening further. No, it's worse than that, he muttered. The gravity of his words hung heavy in the air. He shattered a grandmaster's legacy with a single strike. One breath, one swing, and it was over. He possesses a crushing pressure, a strength that makes even the bravest souls tremble in fear. Monsters or men, none could stand before him. I frowned. Why would such a titan need me? As I questioned his motives, Parker barged in. He was grinning ear to ear with a tray of food. Time to refuel, he chirped, slamming the meal down. His energy was a sharp contrast to the darkness. I gave a small nod. Eat well. But Ahu's eyes were fixed on my bowl in sheer horror. There is a hair in your soup, Ahu cried. I simply smiled and gently patted his head to calm him. At the table, I ignored the chaos. I focused on the scroll, but the details were disturbingly vague. Every word, every ink blot. I analyzed the request with the precision of a hunter. It confirmed my fears. No specifics. I glanced at Parker, who was vacuuming his food. Finished yet? He gave a muffled grunt and a thumbs up. His mouth was still full of rice. Then let's move. I stood up instantly. Parker hesitated, his playful demeanor flickering into something serious. He followed closely, his gaze lingering on my back. He looked like he had a mountain of words to say. Hey, Commander, he started. I have always known, but you are really one of a kind. What is that supposed to mean? I asked. Parker suddenly stumbled over his words, his face flushing. No, I did not mean it like that. I stared at him, completely lost by his sudden outburst. My mind drifted back to the echoes of my childhood. Get out, you cursed monster. They used to scream. Those scars never truly heal. I sighed, pushing the dark memories back into the abyss. It has been ages since I shared a meal. Soon, the cold, silent halls of the headquarters surrounded us. My boots clicked against the stone floor. Every step brought me closer to my awakening destiny. Parker was still trailing me like a shadow. I stopped in my tracks, turning with pure bewilderment. We stood there, locked in an awkward silence. Two warriors staring at each other like statues. Do you still have duties at the main office? I asked, breaking the tension that hung between us. He straightened his uniform, his face turning solemn. He was finally prepared to deliver his news. I am officially off the clock. That request I gave you was my final assignment there. So you are on vacation? Congrats. He shook his head. No, I am still very much on duty. We stood in that silent corridor. He was waiting for me to realize the truth. You really have not heard? He laughed. He placed a hand over his heart, smirking confidently. I, Bernie Parker, have been assigned to your squad. Looks like we are partners now, Commander. Estio stood frozen, his mind racing as he processed the sudden turn of events. Beside him, Bear beamed with pure joy. It's official, Bear announced. I've been assigned as your direct support from this day forward. Extending a hand toward the young commander, Bear added. I'm your subordinate now. I look forward to your guidance. The flood of unexpected news left Estio speechless, his solitary path suddenly crowded by a new companion. Despite his confusion, the boy with the dragon's blood shook Parker's hand, wondering if his lonely life was finally changing. Estio stared at the insignia on his chest, lost in thought. His silence made Parker shift with awkward hesitation. Commander, are you all right? Parker asked softly. Snapping back to reality, Estio realized time was of the essence. He turned toward his quarters and gave his first order. Pack your things. We move out immediately. Parker blinked in confusion. Wait, Move out, where? But the determined commander was already marching toward their next mission. We're heading to meet our client, 𝑠TO declared, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon of the Sea of Vega. The team soon reached the shimmering spatial rift. While they waited for the gate to stabilize, Parker grew restless. Am I prepared, or what? Parker boasted, lugging a massive pack. I even brought premium camping gear for us. 𝑠TO stared at the mountain of unnecessary equipment, completely stunned by his subordinate's lack of focus. With a heavy sigh, he looked at the bumbling soldier. Parker, this isn't a weekend camping trip. But Parker remained undeterred, rummaging through his bag. And don't worry, I brought the best snacks too. To the team's horror, he revealed his special rations, cookies flavored with salted crab and grilled octopus. The pungent aroma made 𝑠TO recoil in disgust. Yet Parker's eyes gleamed with genuine pride and excitement. These are limited edition. I spent my whole salary on them, but I'll share a piece with you, Commander. One look at the terrifying treats was enough for 𝑠TO to retreat. No, thank you. I'm quite all right. Parker's face fell in disappointment. Suddenly, a gate technician gestured toward the swirling vortex behind them. Apologies, but the territory of Ha is far beyond our standard teleportation coordinates, the worker announced. Instead, I'll drop you at the Reno's undertunnels. It'll cut your travel time by half. Parker's blood ran cold at the mention of the caves, but the technician ignored his whimpering protests. Initiating the sequence now, the worker stated calmly, May your journey through the depths be safe. 𝑠TO led the way, his footsteps echoing with the quiet authority of one destined to rule the world. Back at the threshold, Parker hesitated, his knees knocking as he stared into the abyss of the portal, deep underground. Really? Realizing he was being left behind, he scrambled forward, begging them to wait. As they crossed the threshold, the world vanished into a crushing, absolute darkness that swallowed their light. Parker crept forward into the gloom, his eyes widening at the staggering scale of the ancient cavern. The oppressive silence of the hollow earth left the talkative soldier paralyzed with a primal, bone-chilling fear. His entire frame trembled violently, the weight of the terrifying mission finally sinking into his soul. Suddenly, a figure loomed behind Parker. The soldier let out a desperate, blood-curdling scream that echoed forever. He leaped in terror, slamming his head against the jagged rock ceiling before collapsing in a painful heap. As Parker lay groaning, the team watched the pathetic display in silence. Are you still with us? 𝑠TO asked. Parker let out a long, shaky breath. I'm seeing stars, Commander, and they're swirling around my head. The manager chuckled at the clumsy display. What a lively pigeon. But tell me, who exactly are you? The old man's smile didn't reach his eyes as he repeated the question. Who am I, you ask? I am the guardian of this forgotten gate, you noisy little brat, the elder declared with eerie calm. 𝑠TO cut through the mystery, his voice steady. Manager, are we truly within the Reno's undertunnels? The guardian shifted his gaze toward 𝑠TO, impressed. Well now, aren't you a remarkably polite child? Leading them deeper into the shadows, the manager remarked, It's been ages since anyone dared visit this pit. Startled bats swarmed above as he glanced back. What brings young souls like yours to such a place? We are bound for the territory of Ha, 𝑠TO replied. At that name, the manager's expression instantly froze. Ha! The old man's eyes sharpened, turning cold and predatory in the flickering light of the cave. No sane traveler seeks that land, he hissed. Only the dead belong in that cursed realm of slaughter. 𝑠TO questioned why the Ha territory was feared as the land of death. The manager paused, then began revealing the dark truth. The emperor feared his own kin, a man too brilliant, too strong, and far too captivating to be kept close. At those words, the manager erupted into a chilling and amused laughter. That alone was enough to make the emperor tremble with wary caution. Pointing toward the abyss, the manager asked, Do you see that pitch-black cavern ahead? It is the only path, he warned gravely. But no soul knows what terrors lurk within. Parker shivered in dread. I can let you pass, the man laughed, but I cannot guarantee you will leave with your lives. You could be torn to shreds, and the world would never even know. Panic seized Parker instantly. Could there really be monsters lurking in that suffocating darkness? The manager's grin widened at Parker's terror. Isn't that obvious? He mocked with delight. He described the Duke's lands a realm crawling with lethal, fanged abominations hidden within the shadows. His voice dripped with malice. The cowardly king simply fears the power of his own bloodline. As the manager cackled, Parker retreated behind 𝑠TO's back, trembling with fear. Yet Estio remained unfazed, his sharp eyes scanning the oppressive atmosphere of the cavern. Finding the man's behavior strange, he fixed an intense, unwavering gaze on the manager. The manager was struck by the boy's iron will. He wasn't afraid or distracted at all. Estio's eyes pierced through him, judging his soul. Slowly, the man stepped directly in front of the boy. He pointed a finger toward Estio, delivering a final and cryptic warning. "Be wary," he whispered. "Do not let that pathetic, cowardly king set his eyes upon you." The sheer intensity in the manager's gaze sent a fresh wave of dread through Parker. "Unless you wish to be devoured before your true power even awakens from its shell." Ignoring the omen, Estio spoke firmly. "Please, deliver this message to the Duke for me." Turning toward the pitch-black tunnel, he added, "I gladly accept his invitation." Estio stepped into the dark, his voice carrying the same mysterious weight as the manager's. "When the time comes, tell him he can face me without hiding in these shadows." As the boy vanished into the depths, the manager stood alone, lost in deep thought. Recalling Estio's bold words, the man suddenly erupted into a jubilant roar of laughter. He reached up, peeling away his very skin. "Talk without hiding," he says. The mask fell, revealing a strikingly young face. "How intriguing," he smiled. Chapter 36. Inside the suffocating darkness of the tunnel, faint lanterns offered the only glimmer of light. Estio led the way, while Parker's entire frame shook with uncontrollable terror at every step. Feeling a shift, Parker looked back to find Estio and the others watching him intently. Estio sighed softly. "I didn't realize you feared being underground." "My apologies, Parker." Parker froze, his mind racing with sudden confusion and shock. "What? How did you?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you just read my private thoughts?" "Forgive my rudeness," Estio replied. Those simple words instantly lifted Parker's dampened spirits. "No, it's fine. You're the commander, you can read them whenever you want." He scratched his head nervously. "It's less about fear, and more about my race's natural instincts. As an avian, I belong to the peaks. These enclosed spaces feel like a cage to me." After explaining, he looked down, feeling a bit sheepish about his inherent weakness. "It's just too cramped to spread my wings here." Estio nodded in sudden realization. Estio scanned the path ahead. This tunnel leads directly into the heart of the Ha territory. If we push forward without rest, we shall arrive in just half a day. The portal needs a full day to recharge. This cavern is our fastest route forward. Parker gazed at Estio with pure admiration. His leader's tactical mind was truly brilliant. This was better. Sio blamed himself. But my reckless teleportation risked the whole squad. Parker frantically shook his head. No, don't say that." Parker's face tensed with loyalty. "Don't fear mistakes. Just give the order." Estio froze, the word order echoing in his mind. He voiced his grim suspicion. "So you'll obey blindly? Ignoring your own soul just for me?" Parker didn't hesitate, confusing Estio. "Yes, master." Estio's mind darkened. To him, this absolute loyalty felt no different from total mind control. While he was lost in his brooding thoughts, Parker's voice broke the heavy silence. "I follow you because I want to, not just duty." Estio looked at him, bewildered. "You want to follow me?" Parker's mind flashed back to the moment of certain death. "You're my superior and my savior." Estio turned away coldly, dismissing the heartfelt gratitude. "I only saved you to save myself." Regardless of his coldness, Parker's respect only grew stronger. "Even so, I'd be dead without you. I am truly grateful for my life." Parker added one last thing. "I have a gut feeling. I belong by your side." Suddenly, Neju sensed a disturbance. Parker screamed as a terrifying presence loomed in the dark. "What is that?" Estio called for Nu. Strange, wet sounds echoed from the cave's abyss. Estio's dragon instincts flared. "Is it a monster?" Neju nodded grimly. "There are too many." Parker's heart hammered against his ribs in terror. "How many? How many?" Neju sensed their heat. "A swarm, and they are fast." Despair choked Parker's voice. How close are they to us right now?" "They're right beneath us." As Neju spoke, the cavern floor shattered into a web of cracks. Something massive was clawing its way up from the lightless depths of the earth. Golden, glistening bodies erupted from the dirt. Parker's screams echoed through the dark tunnels. A legion of black-headed sandworms emerged, surrounding the team in a wall of flesh. Sandworms? Estio stared at the giants, his curiosity overriding his fear. Ahu gasped in shock. "I've never seen them here." Neju bared his teeth, ready for blood. Ahuru quickly stepped in to calm the rising tension. "Wait. They aren't aggressive. They are peaceful creatures. If we don't provoke them, they won't attack." He gestured toward the towering worms. "Look, they are only observing us with curiosity." True to his words, the giant worms stood still, swaying gently like golden statues. Ahu declared with certainty, "They don't eat meat or plants. We aren't prey to them." "Then what do they eat?" Estio asked. Ahu laughed. "They feast on the earth itself." As if on cue, the sandworms began devouring chunks of soil with rhythmic gulps. Watching them eat, they almost seemed cute. The team finally lowered their weapons, but Bear wasn't convinced. He screamed in pure, unadulterated agony. "Save me!" The team sighed, exhausted by his cowardice. "They won't kill you, you chicken." After a moment of silence, Estio formulated a daring plan to move forward. He stepped toward the monsters. They said, "We can pass." Parker's soul nearly left his body. "What if they eat us?" Estio shrugged. "They don't eat humans, probably." As Estio marched toward the giants, Bear cried out, "Commander, wait!" Estio didn't care. He walked right past the towering worms, his aura calm and steady. "It's fine. They've known we were here. They're just curious about visitors." He looked back at his trembling team. "They built this cave. Only Parker is still afraid." "Worms built this?" "Good heavens." Estio urged them on, sensing the worms' simple emotions. "Their feelings are like a child's curiosity. Just keep walking." Parker's legs shook violently. He was still too terrified to face the golden titans. Filthy worms writhed across the dark, damp earth. Parker shrieked in terror as the sand beasts crawled closer. Though his body trembled, Parker forced himself to move. Estio watched silently, wishing the worms would simply obey. Reaching the end, Parker cursed the suffocating, thick grime. Nezu groaned, claiming he smelled like the deep rot. Estio shrugged, unfazed by the stench of the abyss. He offered a forced smile to soothe his companions. Even a mind controller cannot hide his true, honest feelings. Parker realized he had completely misjudged this ancient tomb. Estio turned, surprised by Parker's sudden change in heart. He remembered the glowing eyes watching from the shadows. Legends spoke of demons, but these creatures felt different. Hideous as they seemed, the worms held no malice. Parker chattered nervously, hiding his fear with empty words. To Parker, they were nightmares. To Estio, merely animals. "They're cute," Estio said, leaving the others completely stunned. They walked on, debating the beauty of subterranean monsters. Like loyal hounds, the creatures followed their every step. 3 hours passed, and exhaustion finally began to bite. Estio sensed the end was finally drawing near now. Parker desperately craved to wash away the cave's filth. Suddenly, Nezu's sharp instincts caught a scent of hope. "Water! I hear the roar of a waterfall nearby." A blinding light revealed a hidden sanctuary ahead of them. Pure water thundered through the massive, ancient stone hall. Estio gasped. A majestic waterfall deep beneath the world? The group rushed toward the shimmering, crystal-blue oasis. Estio knelt, feeling the rush of the clear current. The water was pure, a rare miracle in darkness. "Careful," Estio warned. "The water is biting and cold." Nezu dove in immediately, sending a massive spray upward. Icy water drenched Estio's face in a single instant. Nezu laughed wildly, enjoying his first bath in ages. Ahuru watched, her eyes shining with pure, childlike wonder. Drenched, Estio looked at a soaking wet and stunned Parker. Their eyes met, and the journey's tension finally snapped. Parker's face split into a wide, genuine, and joyful grin. Together, they laughed, the cave's gloom finally lifting away. Estio nodded, allowing himself a brief moment of peace. "Wait," Parker asked. "Isn't the cat going to wash?" Suki hissed in fury, clearly despising the freezing water. Parker sighed, looking at the stubborn, fluffy little beast. "You'll get sick staying filthy," he warned her softly. Suki growled before reluctantly approaching the clear, cold stream. "Stand back. I'll wash myself." Suki trembled, staring at the water like a death sentence. Without warning, Parker grabbed Suki and plunged into the depths. "In we go." Suki realized true peril had arrived. Parker soared through the air before diving into the chill. Estio watched, his concern growing as the water settled. But the sight that emerged left him utterly speechless. Suki was ruthlessly trampling Parker's head to escape the waves. Even the stoic 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 couldn't suppress a quiet laugh. Suki scrambled ashore, eyes burning with a murderous glare. The feline's pride was wounded. Rage radiated from its fur. "That bird brain dies today," 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 whispered. "Calm down, Suki." He smiled, wiping the droplets. "At least you're clean now." He dried the creature tenderly as Parker finally resurfaced. Parker grinned. "So, did our little cat enjoy the dip? I'll rip him apart." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 pulled the beast close. Then, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 turned a sharp, cold gaze toward Parker. "Apologize now. Don't you dare pull that stunt again." Realizing he'd crossed a line, Parker sheepishly rubbed his head. "My bad. Next time, I'll give you a heads up." Time was wasting. "Enough. We need to move out." Suddenly, Aru cried out. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 sensed something was wrong. "What's the matter?" "I'm thirsty." Aru pointed away. "The lake water? I tried it. It tastes foul." "A desert plant rejecting water?" 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 set Suki down. "Drink up. Being picky won't help us survive." Aru's voice turned hollow. "I need something stronger." It craved the scent of 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's unique, dragon-tainted blood. Had its very nature mutated since their first encounter? A blood-drinking spirit? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 reached out without hesitation. He stroked its head. "My blood isn't like the others." Aru leaned into the touch, purring at the dark warmth. "Ready your thorns." Aru blinked in sudden confusion. Parker hurried over, holding 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's discarded travel cloak. Aru extended its sharp, crystalline needles as commanded. Crimson droplets fell. Parker watched in silent, mounting horror. "Relax, Parker. I'm just feeding a hungry friend." As the dragon's blood touched it, dark flowers erupted. They marched on. "Who could have built this massive waterfall?" 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 nodded. "This isn't the work of nature. It feels like a lair for something ancient and powerful." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 looked at Parker. "What makes you say that? Caves like this always have a master, a ruler. Legends speak of wolves, tigers, or even hidden monsters. Or a dragon." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 remembered the shadows of fate. "Do dragons even live in caves?" 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 nodded with absolute conviction. "Indeed. I've learned that dragons claim these deep, dark caverns as their sacred territories. They surveyed the damp, suffocating void. But surely, their true forms are colossal. This space is too small for a dragon." 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 smiled and gestured forward mysteriously. "Legend says the supreme black dragons possess the gift of two distinct physical forms." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's curiosity piqued. "Two forms?" 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 confirmed. "One of wings, scales, and lethal claws, while the other is a human vessel used to contain their overwhelming destructive might." The truth dawned on 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌. "So they walk among us, hidden in human skin?" 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 gestured calmly. "It is far more profound than a simple transformation, young master. It is as if they have two souls. Heavens truly favored the dragon race above all." "But doesn't the Holy Scripture say the human form is the true image of God?" 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 stepped closer, a gentle yet knowing smile playing on his weathered face. "Exactly. Dragons were granted a form mirroring the divine. We just need a real one to see." Understanding flickered in 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's eyes. "I wouldn't know. I've never stepped inside a temple." 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 gasped in genuine shock. "What? Every village must have a place for prayer." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 nodded solemnly. "I was born in a desolate, forgotten mountain city of the poor." His gaze darkened as he moved forward. "Favored by God or not, my past was a nightmare. In the end, those legendary bloodlines meant nothing to the world." His eyes reflected deep sorrow. "Even God's favorites vanish into extinction." 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 quickly intervened. "No, no. It is quite the opposite, Commander." This revelation caught 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 completely off guard. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 pressed onward, unveiling the secrets of the ancient, abandoned protectors. The dragons didn't perish. They chose to abandon this world and its endless corruption. They were the ultimate predators. "Tell me, who could ever hunt the kings of heaven?" 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄's skepticism lingered. "But weren't they all slaughtered by the hands of men?" 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 laughed and waved it off. He placed a steady hand on 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄's shoulder. "The real reason was humanity's reckless evolution and the catastrophic wars that followed." Ignoring the surrounding doubt, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒃 whispered the final prophecy of the dragon scales. As the world crumbled, the dragons wept. God granted them one final, divine choice. Either remain here as the eternal, suffering guardians of a dying realm, or transcend this existence to a paradise meant only for their majestic kind. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 finally understood their departure. The group continued through the gloom, chatting lively. I cannot say if it's absolute fact, but the ancient scriptures tell it so. 𝑩𝒍�𝒄𝒌's eyes gleamed with interest. But dragons were surely loved more than any human. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's instincts flared. 𝑠TO! Something is stalking us from the shadows. 𝑠TO tensed up instantly. More sandworms? But 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's expression turned cold and deadly. These aren't friends. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 glared into the pitch-black abyss of the tunnel ahead. They want us dead. Suddenly, a massive, razor-sharp claw emerged from the darkness. Fierce wolves surrounded them, their eyes burning with a primal hunger for fresh meat. The sight of those jagged, blood-stained fangs sent a shiver of terror through 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Cave wolves! They've made this their nest. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 growled, his fury beginning to boil. They're starving and desperate. Suddenly, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 felt a shift in the very air around them. He looked up in horror. A massive alpha wolf lunged directly from the jagged ceiling. Like a coordinated nightmare, the rest of the pack swarmed in for the kill. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 refused to back down. He propelled himself high into the air with explosive force. He struck with everything he had, returning their hospitality with a devastating counterattack. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 lands heavily as the defeated wolves sprawl across the cold earth. Rage blazes in 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's eyes. How dare these beasts target a dragon's kin? 𝑠TO's party is encircled, the pack lunging at 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's massive, imposing form. Sensing a shadow, the beast turns, eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. A single blow shatters their ranks. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌's claws drip with the blood of predators. The pack freezes. They realize they are facing a power far beyond nature. 𝑠TO watches the carnage, his expression unreadable as ancient instincts stir within. He shifts his gaze, raising a hand as the air begins to tremble. Cold silence falls. 𝑠TO prepares to unleash the true authority of his bloodline. Suddenly, the apex predators bow. The savage wolves become as docile as pups. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 beams with pride. The master has finally bared his hidden, majestic fangs. 𝑠TO hesitates. He seeks no slaughter, only the absolute submission of the wild. His eyes snap open. "Submit," he commands. "I am your new sovereign." The wolves fall into a trance, bound by the overwhelming aura of his words. A chorus of howls erupts, shaking the very foundations of the massive cavern. Even the alpha lowers its head, acknowledging the birth of a new king. The sea of fur parts. 𝑠TO gestures for his stunned comrades to follow. They stride through the pack, walking a path cleared by pure, draconic dominance. Bear glaces back at 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌, trying to break the heavy, tense atmosphere. "Damn, I just washed your fur. Now you're covered in filth again." 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 grins. "A little blood won't hurt. I'll wash up later, comrade." "Call me 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌," the beast insists. "None of that white monkey nonsense anymore." Bear nods. "Got it, 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Let's keep moving before more show up." Suddenly, a sliver of hope appears. 𝑠TO spots a blinding light ahead. At last, the tunnel ends. The group emerges into the blinding world above. Parker gasps. Before them lies a landscape of breathtaking, regal beauty. A colossal palace rises, its architecture defying the very heavens themselves. Elite sentinels patrol the high walls, their armor gleaming with lethal intent. Massive cannons stand ready. Parker's heart races at the sight of such power. 𝑠TO stands silent. Even he is struck by the grandeur of this territory. As they step into the duchy, the ground suddenly begins to groan. "Is this an earthquake?" Parker shouts, struggling to keep his balance. 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 narrows his eyes. "No. Look there. Something is coming for us." A cloud of dust rises as a heavy cavalry unit thunders toward them. Their banners snap in the wind. A magnificent army approaches with iron discipline. So many. "Ignis, Commander?" 𝑠TO nods. "I am." The knight bows. "Our lord awaits." They soon arrive at a bustling hub, teeming with life and hidden tension. Villagers freeze. Are they nobles? Whispers spread like wildfire through the streets. No. Look at the emblem. Those are the legendary warriors of Ignis. The one with wings. They look like they could level a city alone. Is war coming? Are they here to lead us to the battlefield? "Then we fight, for glory!" The crowd roars. "To war!" The townsfolk gathered, shouting in unison. "My lord, we are ready to serve. Protect our city." Their sudden, fierce loyalty left 𝑠TO completely speechless. "What a remarkable land," he whispered. The representative looked on in confusion. 𝑠TO saw the truth. He deeply cherished the burning spirit within their hearts. He marveled at their resolve, strong souls united to defend their shared home. Reflecting on his own path, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 sighed, closing his weary, lonely eyes. He'd never felt such a desire for his birthplace. Soon, the luxury palace appeared. Inside, the halls were adorned with the finest, most exquisite craftsmanship. Masterpieces lined the walls. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 and his team advanced through the grandeur. As he observed the opulence, the guide's nervous voice suddenly cut through. "Forgive me," the guide stammered, "but only the commander may enter." Orders were absolute. Reluctantly, the guide turned to address the others. Entrance was forbidden without the Duke's invite. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 listened in cold silence. "Rules are rules," 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 declared, turning to his team. "Wait here for me." 𝑁ezu stepped forward to protest, but 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's gaze had turned deadly serious. "I'll handle the request and return shortly. Just stay put for now." 𝑁ezu sighed and nodded, though her eyes remained filled with lingering dread. "If anything happens, shout." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 smiled faintly and stepped into the unknown. "Leave this to me, Commander," Parker boasted, trying to ease the tension. His eyes sparked with pride, but the door slammed shut, crushing his spirit. 𝑁ezu pat his shoulder gently. "Don't take it to heart, Parker." Inside, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 felt a pang of worry. He'd never left those three alone before. Would they be okay? Regardless, he had to secure the mission intelligence now. He prepared to move forward to claim the information he sought. Suddenly, he froze. There was Ahu, strolling casually right in front of him. He remembered 𝑁ezu carrying it earlier. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "So, you've arrived?" the man asked. "Have we perhaps met before?" Seeing no response, 𝑀ubian stood, setting aside his work with a polite smile. "I hoped you'd enjoy my welcome," he said, his face full of dark anticipation. "Didn't you say that?" 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 watched as 𝑀ubian suddenly turned into stone. He stared at the creature before him, utterly baffled. "A cactus?" "The name is Ahu," it introduced itself. "And yes, I am a cactus." 𝑀ubian stood paralyzed by the sight. Seeing his shock, Ahu looked quite awkward. Speechless and horrified, the man's screams suddenly echoed through the palace. Both Ahu and 𝑀ubian shrieked. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 stood between them, frozen in disbelief. He paled, clutching his head. Guards burst in, swords drawn. "My lord, what happened?" 𝑀ubian stiffened, coughing to regain his pride while stealing a side glance. Ahu remained silent. 𝑀ubian waved them off. "Nothing. Return to your posts." The guards looked confused but retreated. 𝑀ubian sighed as the doors closed. He laughed nervously. "I heard the commander was eccentric, but a cactus?" Ahu sat motionless. 𝑀ubian knelt down, staring at the plant with curiosity. "I thought the commander was human, yet you speak like a man." Ahu hissed back. "You're feisty." "I like those thorns," 𝑀ubian teased. Ahu grumbled in annoyance. "Enough," 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's cold voice cut in. "This fool cannot be the Duke. I am the commander. Now, tell me, where exactly have we met before?" 𝑀ubian locked eyes with 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌, a predatory smirk dancing on his lips. Standing tall, he threw out a provocative question. "I wasn't sure if you enjoyed playing cactus," he teased. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 snapped back. "I have no such interests." "But you possess the power, don't you? Mind manipulation." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄's brow furrowed while 𝑀ubian waved his hands excitedly. "So, I hit the mark? It was just a hunch. A mind reader can easily control others, after all." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 hesitated, asking, "How much do you know?" 𝑀ubian placed a finger over his smiling lips. "Just a guess, friend." He analyzed 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 inwardly. "There's no mistake. The pressure this boy radiates is absolutely suffocating." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 stared deeply at 𝑀ubian, lost in thought. The man extended a hand with practiced grace. "I am 𝑀ubian, the one who commissioned your guild. It is an honor." 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 watched the outstretched hand in silence. Finally, they shook hands. "I am 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 of the Ignis Guild." He cut straight to the point. "The request?" "First," 𝑀ubian began, looking at Ahuru with suspicion. "There is something I find quite strange. If you aren't controlling it, what is this talking cactus? A monster?" The plant roared. "Who are you calling a monster?" Ahuru realized the insult and exploded. "How dare you? I won't go easy on you." The cactus leaped forward. 𝑀ubian's face turned pale as he scrambled back. What is it saying?" Chaos erupted within the room. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄 watched helplessly as the Duke hopped onto the table to dodge Ahuru's wrath. "Ahuru, that's enough. Come here." The plant stopped harassing the Duke and flew back. Estio held it up, questioning, "Duke, can you hear him?" Mubian gripped the hilt of his sword, looking awkward. He closed his eyes and tried to regain his composure. "So those were its words?" "I heard everything." His hands trembled. "It's terrifying. Am I not allowed to hear?" Estio was stunned. "Forgive me, but can you truly hear the voices of plants as well?" Estio's cheeks flushed. "Do you possess that power too?" Mubian stepped closer, his shadow looming. "No, I don't." "What are you saying?" He tightened his grip on his blade. "But if it were my sword, I would understand." Estio was confused. "What does your sword have to do with this?" Mubian offered a subtle, mysterious smile. "Certain bonds are forged through fresh blood." Estio's eyes shifted toward Uhuru as the Duke explained the truth. "Suppose that cactus drank your blood." Mubian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is that your secret, Estio? This is your true power. Your ability forces the voices of nature directly into my senses. Usually, this activates through a contract. You can even issue verbal commands." Mubian raised a finger. "But if enough blood is consumed, no words are needed. The power awakens itself." Estio stood up, his gaze sharpening. "You know my strength better than I do." Mubian waved his hands dismissively. "I didn't investigate you specifically. This is just information I've gathered over many years, finally finding a use." Estio was breathless. "Are there others like me?" Mubian's lips curled into a cold grin. "There were once." He turned his head away, his voice dropping. "For now, however, it remains nothing more than a theory." He sighed. "My family's physical traits caused many misunderstandings over generations. It's because of my hair color." Estio was baffled. Mubian gripped his sword. "Black hair." Estio's eyes widened. "And black eyes." Estio froze as he felt a monstrous presence. Mubian pointed his blade. "Everyone wonders if our family is." With supreme confidence, he spoke the name. "The descendants of the Black Dragon." Estio remained frozen in silence. Uhuru chimed in, trembling. "The Black Dragon? His ego is way too big. How terrifying." Mubian grit his teeth. Estio broke into a cold sweat. Mubian suddenly grinned. "I can feel the Black Dragon's essence in my veins." Uhuru pleaded, "Let's go home, Sio." Mubian laughed, waving it off. "Forgive me, I was only joking." He sheathed his sword. "I was only referencing the ancient rumors that used to haunt my family name." He turned to leave. "Those rumors are exactly why I have a request." Estio asked, "What is it?" A heavy bag thudded into Estio's hands as Mubian tossed it. "This is quite burdensome," the Duke warned. Sitting on the table, Mubian's eyes burned. "I want to find the true heir of the Black Dragon. 1 month," he declared. "Help me for 30 days, and the quest is complete, regardless of the outcome." He stood with hands on his hips, radiating authority. "Don't worry. Just follow my lead." Estio hesitated. "As a Duke, can you just leave your post?" Mubian smirked. "Having planned everything, I've already found a substitute." 1 month is plenty?" Estio asked. "I'm no warrior. Do you have soldiers?" Mubian scoffed, dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. "Soldiers? I have no use for such trivialities." He paced with regal confidence, hands clasped behind his back. "If it's swordsmen you want, remember, I am the Empire's strongest blade." Auru slumped his shoulders, offering a deadpan look of pure disgust. "Ugh, your arrogance is actually nauseating." Mubian's gaze turned razor-sharp as he issued a chilling threat. "Those who dare interfere with my business should start praying for their lives." "I am unlike the weak leaders of the past," he declared firmly. "Not even the Emperor himself is an exception to my rule." As he reached for the handle to depart, Estio's voice cut through the air. "Can you truly confirm your search for the Black Dragon?" Standing in the Duke's imposing shadow, Estio wondered if this pursuit was driven by something deeper than mere curiosity. Mubian let out a forced, awkward chuckle. Asterisk. He saw through me. Asterisk. This boy was proving to be a much greater obstacle than expected. "Fine. I will be clear." He pressed a hand to his chest. "This request isn't from a Duke, but from me as an individual. This is strictly about Mubian himself. This mission has absolutely nothing to do with the messy world of politics." Estio stood frozen before bowing his head in silent submission. Understood. Mubian knew the Ha clan lacked the dragon's blood unlike him. Hidden behind his sharp gaze was a terrifying truth. The volatile essence of the black dragon pulsed within his very veins. Outside, Parker was distracted playing with Neju and Suki, until Mubian's commanding voice made him snap to attention instantly. My ancestors drank dragon blood to seize their power. Mubian smirked, leaning against the door. Are you shocked by my lineage? It's a prickly inheritance, just like your personality. Ahu snapped back. Brat, don't you dare drag me down to your level. Estio stepped forward, his gaze steady and determined. Lord Duke, I suggest you choose our first destination before we depart. Mubian looked away thoughtfully, before turning back with a sly, narrowed grin. I wonder, where exactly should we strike first? My goal for this month is already decided. He extended a hand toward Estio, his eyes glowing with predatory intent. I'm investigating you, the one who carries the Black Dragon's terrifying legacy. Estio stood frozen, his jaw dropping in pure shock. Isn't it fascinating? Mubian laughed, the shadowy image of a colossal black dragon flickering vividly within his mind's eye. Among all the ancient drakes, the Black Dragon's power is absolute, a pure, suffocating darkness that transcends all limits. A power capable of crushing the very will of the living. The others looked on, completely lost in his cryptic explanation. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The way I see it, your ability to dominate others is far too identical to be a coincidence. Impossible, Estio gasped. Mubian's grin widened. I brought you here precisely because you reek of the dragons I've been seeking. Mubian smiled thinly once more, offering his hand in a dark pact. So, shall we cooperate for the next 30 days? As the massive estate was swallowed by an eerie darkness, a frantic, panicked cry echoed through the halls. Where is he? Footsteps hurried through the vast corridors until Jaria's voice softened with relief. There you are, my lovely little morning star. Finding Mubian tucked away in the moonlit garden, she knelt down gently. Another sleepless night of hide and seek, my dear child. The young boy looked up with wide, innocent eyes as she cradled him. Shall I tell you a legendary bedtime story? Jaria maintained a tender, mysterious smile. The essence of the great dragon flows within your very soul, my little Mew. Dragon blood? She looked at him warmly. It is a sacred gift from the most beautiful and precious creature in existence. He pouted in disbelief. Liar! Grandfather told me that all the dragons vanished from this world an eternity ago. Oh? Did Lord Han really say that? Her voice carried a strange, melodic weight through the silent, empty hallway. Perhaps they hid because the world grew too chaotic to protect, she explained, slowly opening the door to his nursery. Mubian let out a disappointed huff of regret. Really? She stroked his hair gently. But listen closely, my tiny star. Tucking him into bed, she whispered a long-forgotten secret. The great dragons who shared their blood, they never truly left us. Our clan's legendary strength is the proof. Since ancient times, our bloodline has always produced the world's most powerful children. But aren't they dead by now? She kissed his brow softly. Guardians of the world do not age, wither, or die. Jaria smiled with maternal grace. I told you, they are the most magnificent and noble beings to ever grace this world. They are surely protecting our family from the shadows. Mubian's heart raced, his small cheeks flushing with pure awe. He turned away, hiding his excitement with a sigh. Whatever. If they won't show themselves, we must be too weak to notice. Jaria sat beside him, her gaze filled with ancient wisdom. To a true dragon, even the strongest human is but a spark. But by living with honor, our family remains the only living proof of their majestic existence in this vast world. As she watched him with deep affection, Mubian stammered out a final question. Then why? Why do they stay so silent? Because, she smiled knowingly, the black dragon loved humanity more than its own life. Mubian snapped awake, heart pounding wildly. The nightmare returns. Mubian's eyes fluttered open as a faint voice reached him. Are you finally awake, sir? He looks at Estio sitting across from him. Didn't you sleep? I just woke up too, the boy replies. Shadows dance between them in the heavy silence. He scratches his cheek, flustered. Did I talk in my sleep? Estio answers without a second of hesitation. No, you were very peaceful. Really? Mubian asks. Estio tosses a piece of meat into the embers. Yes, Mubian nods, lost in thought. This calm, measured way of speaking, it reminds him so much of Jaria. Mubian quickly shakes the thought away. What am I thinking? Jaria was pure warmth with rose-red hair. a world apart from this gloomy, expressionless boy. He glances at the sleeping Neju and Suki. But why stay awake? I feel guilty making you watch over us. Estio stirs the fire. Have you forgotten? My most basic ability is reading the hearts of others. When someone's dream holds an image too powerful, it begins to spill over and flood my own mind. Even if I don't wish for it. It's like the memory is transmitted directly to me, he adds. The flames reflect in his cold eyes. So, you saw everything? Mubian asks tentatively. The image of Jiraiya lingers in the air. Estio offers a quiet observation. She was a beautiful and wise mother. Mubian laughs softly. Yes, Jiraiya was brilliant. Unlike me, he gazes up at the vast, empty sky, watching the distant stars flicker in the cold dark, even though she is no longer here. You only slept for 1 hour, Estio notes. Won't you rest a bit more? I suffer from chronic insomnia. Mubian sighs. He forces a thin smile. An hour is more than enough for me. Silence falls over the clearing. So you saw a fragment of my past, he chuckles. Quite the interesting dream, wasn't it? Estio simply nods. Jiraiya was my father's second wife, Mubian explains, raising 2 fingers. He looks away. But to me, she was my only mother. My birth mother died the moment I entered this world. He closes his eyes and sees her smile again. My lovely little star, she used to whisper. She called me her star. He bows his head, shrouded in a heavy, suffocating loneliness. But I could never give her anything in return. He grits his teeth. Not even her own life. His fists clench tight. Panic erupted that night. Monsters have breached the estate. The screams of the town still echo in his mind. Talons tore through everyone. Jiraiya, where are you? A bitter, helpless laugh. Everyone died that day. Except me. He thinks of the legendary Black Dragon. If such a beast still exists in this world, he collapses onto the grass. I have just one question for it. Estio listens in silence. What am I supposed to protect now? He reaches toward the stars as if to grab them. Is there anything left? His voice fades into the dark woods. I don't want this cursed power anymore. If this is my fate, let the bloodline perish with me forever. If nothing remains to protect, then you should rest, Estio says calmly. Nonsense often fills the mind when sleep is lacking. Mubian blinks in surprise. What? Just go back to sleep. Is he the Black Dragon's heir? Mubian wonders in confusion. Estio crosses his arms firmly. You won't have any nightmares tonight. Mubian finally realizes the truth. He can read hearts and calm the soul. A few nightmares are nothing to him. Mubian's eyes finally drift shut. Clouds drift across a clear, crystal sky. A pot of food simmers over the morning fire. A delicious aroma rouses him. He sits up, yawning wide. Is it morning already? I slept. That well? A telepath's power is truly a blessing. The best rest he's had in years. Ahuru grumbles nearby. Finally awake? How lazy. Are you related to a sloth or something? He picks up Ahuru with a wry smile. I don't usually sleep this much. The creature remains skeptical. Liar. It scoffs. Wash your face before you talk. How blunt, Mubian mutters. He rubs the sleep from his eyes. 𝒂𝒂𝒈 approaches with steaming bowls. Hot ham and cheese, corn soup is served. Mubian stares at the mysterious mixture. What did you say this was again? 𝒂𝒂𝒈 sits down beside him. It's a potato broccoli milk cheese medley. Did you just change the name on the spot? Mubian's head fills with questions. Lunar ham and cheese? Isn't this just a mess of leftovers you found in your bag? Nonsense, Duke. Do not insult my 20 years of culinary expertise. You're barely an adult. How can you have 20 years? His eyes sparkle. I'm 21. I started at age 1. I even cooked my own baby food. That is absolutely ridiculous. Mubian sighs. Ahuru agrees. It defies logic. Avians are born of the sky, soaring before their first year. My mind drifted into memories. Indeed, I too was a master of the winds, a fledgling who conquered flight in my youth. Now, as a recognized commander, I serve as a messenger. But then I asked, where is Estio? Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Bark broke into a cold sweat, avoiding my piercing gaze. Who knows? He wandered off to explore, but I do not know where. I repeated the question, where is that boy? Shouldn't he be left alone? He has endured so much. The revelation of his nature was a crushing blow. He wasn't merely adopted. He just discovered the terrifying dragon blood coursing through his veins. I set the bowl down. When did he vanish? Bark pondered before answering. It was likely when breakfast was being prepared. Some time ago. I took a bite. He is the commander, after all. Surely nothing could harm him, right? Bark stared as I stood abruptly. I placed my hands on my hips, frustration boiling over. This land remains treacherous. My eyes narrowed. I should have warned him. The shadows of this world are far darker than he knows. Dangerous? Bark gasped. I exhaled sharply and began to list the monstrosities lurking in the tall grass. Visions of ruthless bandits and armored legions from enemy kingdoms flashed through my mind. War is never far away. Fortresses loom over the forest. Haga is a land still shackled by the chains of eternal conflict. We feel safe only because we are oblivious. My voice grew stern. Safety only exists when my blade is drawn. A rustle echoed through the leaves. 𝑠tio's silhouette flickered like a ghost among the ancient trees. I frowned. Nothing seemed wrong yet. Bark panicked. Is it true? Should I go search for him? I will handle this. Before he could react, I leaped high, leaving him behind in the dust. Stay here. He stared in awe at my ascent. I soared above the canopy, scanning the horizon for the boy. Suddenly, the metallic scent of blood hit me. I spotted 𝑠tio and roared his name before landing heavily. Are you all right? 𝑠tio turned, startled, as the low, guttural growl of a wolf shook the air. I froze in disbelief. A pack of wolves stood beside him. Why have these cave dwellers emerged into the light? The beast glared at me with predatory intent. Are they being controlled? Why else would they leave their abyss? Danger flared in its eyes. 𝑠tio's voice cut through the tension. Are you ready to depart, my lord? Not yet. I am still eating. He replied calmly. I will return shortly. I watched him, my suspicion mounting. What are you doing? He stroked a wounded cub. I met them in the Reno's caves. They are my kin. The mother wolf gazed upward, watching her pup cradled in the arms of the young dragon heir. They hunt in the depths, but following us costs them dearly. Humans have shown them no mercy. I rubbed my chin, looking away. It made sense. Humans rarely show compassion to the wild. To the people of Haga, they are pests to be hunted. 𝑠tio faltered. Hunted? They are simply predators, I explained. I imagined the fear of the villagers entering those dark, damp caverns for the first time. The Reno caves are our only bridge to the world. To ensure safety, eliminating threats is the harsh reality. The sharp, glinting eyes of the cave wolves pierced through the gloom of my thoughts. Without such measures, the weak are devoured. I sighed. Just let them live or die by their own fate. A strange scent drifted by. I gasped at the sight. Did you give that beast your own blood? The creature was stained crimson. 𝑠tio looked at me, offering no lies or excuses. I did not know if it would work, but my blood has saved lives before. You are too reckless, I warned. Giving your life force away so freely is a dangerous path. You are not a common healer. If you truly carry the dragon blood, it will resurrect lesser beings, forging them into your eternal guardians. They will be bound to you forever, as servants to the might of the Black Dragon, just like the Haga clan. I gave a thumbs up, then turned away. Was I talking too much? Stop helping them. Let them face their destiny alone. 𝑠tio took a step forward, his eyes resolute. I understand, Duke. However, he countered, we have the power to change their fate right now. Change? I paused. He asked, if the wolves vow never to harm us again, what then? What will you offer in return? Legend says the Black Dragon balances the scales between man and beast. We are finally drawing closer to our original destination. Mubian smirked, eyes gleaming with ambition. A simple promise of peace isn't enough for me. Serve as my elite guards, and I shall guarantee you sanctuary and endless banquets. He narrowed his gaze. Your answer? The scent of stew filled the air as Parker called out. Parker shrieked in terror at the sight of the wolves. What are these monsters doing here? He panicked wildly. 𝑠tio simply raised a hand. Calm down. These are our new companions. We travel as one now, 𝑠tio declared. Parker's voice cracked in despair. Commander! I can't provide food for a whole pack, Mubian chuckled. Is that all that worries you? Food is everything, Parker hissed. Meanwhile, Neju the wolf watched with curious, sparkling eyes. 𝑠tio lowered the cub for the mother wolf to see. Neju leaned in. Is this the little one? Yes, but it's gravely wounded, 𝑠tio whispered. Left alone, its life would surely flicker out. He pointed to the cub's hind leg. Parker, take a look at this arrow wound. Right away, my lord. Parker stepped forward. If it's not major surgery, I can help. Blankets were spread, and vials of potent medicine were uncorked for the procedure. Parker examined the unconscious cub. Let's see. He frowned. Wait! There's no wound. Estio blinked in shock. Parker explained. An arrow should have left a hole, but this is a tiny scratch. Parker rechecked the cub's vitals once more. Temperature is normal. It's just resting. Commander, are you sure it was an arrow? Estio's heart skipped a beat. No. He lied. Standing tall. I must have been mistaken. He hid the blood-stained arrow beneath his cloak. I confused it with another wolf. Perhaps. Mubian watched the exchange with a calculating gaze. Estio signaled him to keep the secret. Mubian realized the truth. Estio was hiding his terrifying, godlike power from everyone. Why hide it? He mused. The fire died as the pack huddled. A voice called for the cat. Suki! The cat opened one eye. We're moving out. Suki stared at the wolves in shock. What are these beasts? Suki wondered, before gracefully leaping down to the forest floor. They are our new allies, Estio said. Suki immediately perched atop the lead wolf's head. Reading the cat's mind, Estio smiled. They are now legal citizens of the Haiga territory. Suki lazily groomed its paws. Whatever. So, where are we heading now? Mubian held up 3 fingers. I've already chosen our next path of destiny. When? Parker cried. Mubian laughed. Right now. Parker nearly fainted at the sudden news. What? Mubian leaned toward Estio. I heard you were raised in a small village. Where exactly was that place? A forgotten, painful memory flickered through Estio's mind. Selbia village, he replied. Mubian's eyes lit up. Then that is our destination. The group erupted in shock. Ahu glared at Mubian. Why force him back to that hellhole? Is he a sadist? Ahu wondered, suspicious of Mubian's dazzling, perfect smile. Why my home? Estio asked. Mubian's reply was heavy with intent. I want to see the real you. He offered a hand in friendship. I've been observing you, Estio, but you don't even know your own potential. That is why I must go there. By meeting your past, the fragments of your true power will finally align. Estio's blood ran cold. Those people weren't family, they were the ones who broke him. He squeezed his eyes shut. Mubian whispered, A loyal servant follows his master's command. Don't you agree? Mubian pressed. Estio turned away, unable to refuse the call of fate. I understand. They marched forward under a brilliant blue sky toward the unknown. They arrived at the Ignis Guild's Galatia branch. Welcome back, Commander. The staff bowed low. How have you been? The branch manager is expecting you. Estio spoke softly. Please, treat me like before. It feels more natural that way. The old man looked up, his gaze softening with familiar warmth. But my position. I'm officially your subordinate now. The man hesitated. Estio's eyes were firm. I'm asking you, as a friend. An awkward cough broke the tension. Fine, if that's what you wish. He gave a rough laugh. So, have you been eating well lately? Estio blinked, momentarily thrown by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Then, he smiled. Yes, I've been doing well. A heavy hand slapped his shoulder with pride. Look at you, a guild commander. That uniform fits like a glove. Now, get inside. The crowd stood frozen in awe at the young man's transformation. I always knew he was destined for greatness, someone whispered. My intuition never fails. Backer just sighed at the blatant self-praise. Must you congratulate yourself every 5 minutes? He grinned, patting Estio's back again. My talent for spotting genius is unmatched. I definitely deserve a massive raise for this. At the very least, you owe me a lifetime supply of those Delphia candies you bring back every week, right? Suddenly, a delicate hand silenced him. Rosaline stepped forward, clutching her reports. Estio, it is truly wonderful to have you back. I heard you're heading to the riverside village, she said, her brow furrowing. That's a grueling journey through the mountain pass. She sighed, imagining the distance. The peaks are treacherous, and the paths are nothing but jagged rocks and mud. Walking there would take forever. You'd be exhausted before you even arrived. The old man leaned back with a mischievous grin. Take my carriage, he insisted. Rosaline smiled, seeing his enthusiasm. We'll have a team prepared for you by morning. Estio bowed gracefully. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. The host laughed. Go, rest. You all look like you've walked across the world. Get some sleep, boys. Outside, the sky bled into shades of burnt orange and gold as the sun dipped below the horizon. Alone in his room, Estio watched the dust motes dance in the fading light. Nothing had changed. It was exactly as he'd left it. A sudden thud echoed from the corridor. Estio stood, his senses sharpening. Who's there? The knocking continued, persistent and rhythmic. A strange thought crossed his mind. Who would be wandering the halls of this guild at such a late hour? With a soft click, the door swung open as if pushed by a ghost. Estio stepped out into the hall, his breath catching in his throat. "Rosaline?" he whispered. She looked up, startled. "Oh, did I wake you? I'm so sorry." Estio shook his head quickly. "No, not at all." She stepped closer, her eyes curious. "Tell me, Estio, do you know how to ride a horse?" He admitted. "No, I've never learned." Rosaline's face fell. "Oh, I see. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Every carriage is out on official business right now. All we have left are the horses, but if you can't ride..." Estio remained calm. "It's fine. The deadline is far off. I can manage the journey on foot." Rosaline hesitated. Behind her, two figures peeked around the corner. "At least let me send some guards with you." "That won't be necessary," Estio replied firmly. Rosaline looked confused. From the shadows of the doorway, Mubion had been listening to every word spoken between them. "I may not be a warrior," Estio continued, "but my client claims to be the capital's finest swordsman. I'm sure I'll be safe." Mubion nearly choked. "Self-proclaimed?" Rosaline clapped her hands. "Well, if you're sure, just call if you need anything." A hand went up, cutting the conversation short. Backer stepped out, looking sheepish after his eavesdropping. "Since you're done chatting, we've got a crisis. We're almost out of ingredients for dinner." He held up a charred, blackened pot. "And this thing is a disaster. It's beyond saving. Look at this mess." He gave a nervous laugh. "So, I was thinking, maybe a new one? Does the guild provide kitchenware?" Rosaline giggled. "Of course. Come by the office, and we'll get you sorted out." "Can I get some other supplies too?" Backer pushed his luck. She nodded with a smile. "Yes, whatever you need." Mubion followed them out. "I'm heading to the armory." One of the others waved. "Have fun." Estio bowed. "Safe travels, sir." Even the most stoic elders couldn't help but offer a rare word of praise. Mubion stiffened, caught off guard. "Wait, am I going alone?" Estio looked at him blankly. "I know nothing about weapons or where to buy them." Mubion looked puzzled. "Didn't you say you used to work in this territory?" Estio avoided his gaze. "I wasn't a frontline combatant. I was part of a specialized unit." He gripped his arm tightly, his voice dropping. "I never had a reason to pick up a blade." Mubion's curiosity intensified. "You grew up in the wild, didn't you? You never hunted? Never tracked a beast to its lair?" Estio's voice was cold and hollow. "I had no desire to kill them." Mubion pressed further. "Then, have you ever killed a person?" Silence. Estio looked down, a horrific memory resurfacing. The image of blood thick and crimson dripping from a pair of rusted shears. Estio's expression darkens significantly. A chilling realization flashes through Mubi's mind. This boy is far from helpless. Silence falls as Mubi reflects. Despite his innocent claims, this youth could clearly kill if the need arose. Mubi shifts his stance. He struggles to find the right words to encourage the young dragon bloodline heir. "Your power is vast, but mortals are fragile. Carrying a weapon is better than facing fate empty-handed." Mubi offers a supportive smile, fulfilling a secret request. Estio sighs and finally agrees to follow him. Neju is told to wait with Ahu. From the top bunk, the spirit protests, wanting to join them. Estio promises a quick return. Though bored, the creature remains behind to guard their home with care. Ahu hesitates to speak, watching Suki pass by. "Why must you bring that beast along with us?" "Suki will follow regardless," Estio notes. The tiger smirks, splaying its paws with overwhelming pride and arrogance. "Who would dare stop me?" Suki scoffs. Together, Estio and Mubi arrive at the local weapon shop. Mubi calls out politely, but the shop is eerie. No one is visible until a voice finally answers. "A customer is here," Mubi announces. The owner appears, grumbling about forgetting to lock up while cleaning. "I am not selling anything today," the owner snaps. Mubi is stunned by the sudden, blunt refusal. Viscount Fabian cleared out the entire stock. The weapon racks now stand hauntingly empty and completely bare. Despite the lack of stock, the tyrant demands more. He forced me to accelerate all weapon production. Fabian is amassing an army, yet they lack gear. Finding weapons at other shops will be impossible. Fabian is gathering soldiers? Estio asks. The owner suspects the boy belongs to the Ignis Guild. You should know better than me, the man whispers. The young lady of that house is dying. Estio remains stoic. Is she ill? The owner is shocked by the boy's total ignorance of the news. The owner leans in close. Rumor has it, the girl is suffering from a devastating heart sickness. They say she panics at the sight of blood. Every night, she is tormented by horrific, endless nightmares. After her family guards were slaughtered, she began to fear the hollow, empty silence they left behind. That is why Fabian craves an army. Estio remembers Sarah bright eyes and her warm, gentle smile. If you know my secret, then we are officially partners in crime, she had once told him. A loud voice snaps Estio back to reality. Mubi hands him a sharp blade, insisting he take it. Estio accepts the gift. Why give me this? It is better than being defenseless, Mubi replies firmly. Value your own life more, Mubi warns. He turns away immediately, signaling it is time to go. Startled by the unexpected kindness, Estio offers a quiet thanks as they begin their journey together. Walking the narrow path, Estio looks at the tiger. Suki, do you still remember anything about Sarah? I do not bother remembering every human, Suki retorts. Estio thinks that forgetting might actually be better. Suki senses the boy's lingering emotions. Estio, the tiger begins, offering a few rare words of comfort. They made your life miserable. Why care? Estio clenches his fist. Sarah did nothing wrong to me. Estio chooses silence. Meanwhile, at the manor, a man's furious roar echoes through the cold halls. Bring him to me now. The staff refuses, claiming they cannot fulfill such a demanding request. How dare the guild cancel my order? Fabian screams, his rage boiling over at the trembling receptionist. Calm down, she retorts. Knowing a name does not mean we are obligated to serve your whims. The request was officially rejected. Fabian has been fuming in this hall for 10 long days. Estio spots the man. Viscount Fabian is losing his mind. The receptionist is sweating under the pressure. Estio is now a high-ranking leader, she explains. Fabian bellows for her to shut her mouth. Do you want this guild to go bankrupt? The Viscount's threats become increasingly unhinged and wild. The girl remains firm. She refuses to yield to the nobleman's aggressive and terrifying demands. This building is under the Emperor's protection. Fabian explodes with another desperate, frantic roar of anger. Bring him here instantly. Mubi watches the spectacle, feeling pure disgust at the rumored Viscount's behavior. Estio confirms his identity. He watches as the nobleman spirals into a state of absolute, chaotic madness. It seems the father is the truly insane one, far more than his suffering daughter ever was. Where is his noble pride? To see him so pathetic. Mubian suggests just ignoring the trash and passing by. Estio agrees. As they walk, the Viscount's eyes snap toward them. He screams Estio's name in a frenzy. His eyes are sunken from exhaustion, yet they flare with a twisted joy at the sight of the boy. The Viscount lunges, clutching Estio like a golden treasure. I heard you finally left that pathetic old job. Do you know how long I have waited? His hands tremble violently. Will you be staying here now? Estio feels only absolute revulsion. Let go. The Viscount's smile falters, his face turning into a hollow mask. I have been unwell lately. It is me, Leo Fabian. Tears well up in his desperate, bloodshot eyes. My daughter Sarah is dying. You can save her, right? Estio's gaze turns ice cold. Why should I care? This was not the answer he expected. What do you mean? Only you have the power to help. With your dragon blood, you can erase her trauma, or at least grant the child some peaceful sleep. Estio turns away coldly. I am already handling another request. Please take your leave, my lord. The Viscount's trembling intensifies. Another request? He bellows in a rage. That does not matter. Cancel it. Sensing the rising malice, Mubian cuts in. I refuse. The Viscount glares at the stranger. Who are you? Me? I am the client. Mubian mocks him with a wave. I will not be canceling anything today. These words make the Viscount grind his teeth as pure madness surges through his veins. How dare a mere brat act so insolent before a Viscount? Mubian smirks, radiating a dangerous, playful aura. Mubian 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. The name strikes like a bolt of lightning. The Viscount's crazed energy suddenly vanishes into thin air. The chaotic noise dies instantly. The surrounding crowd stands frozen. The Viscount's eyes now hold no emotion at all. To think a high-ranking duke would appear here. He watches 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 retreating back with a hollow gaze. Mubian offers a mocking apology. My bad for acting like such a rude, young bastard of a duke. His words drip with hidden daggers. The Viscount stands paralyzed, finally finding his voice to speak again. Is it because of the past? When the Viscount's shadow loomed over him, are you still harboring such hostility? Tariot's harsh criticisms echo back, followed by the memory of a fierce, desperate struggle for survival. Back in the present, the Viscount pleads, Heavens, please do not hold on to such a trivial grudge. Think about it. I am the one who lost everything, but 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's heart remains as cold as stone. I have forgotten it all. It is a sensitive time for such useless thoughts. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 watches him carefully. Typical. He never changes. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 feels a wave of disappointment as the man refuses to admit any fault. Desperate, the Viscount stumbles back. I will ask for nothing else. I promise you this. Please, just this once. He grabs 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's shoulder, but the boy remains unmoving. Why should I help? The Viscount has no leverage left. A terrifying dragon-like pressure radiates from 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌. The man's hands drop. He turns away without a second glance. The Viscount is powerless to stop his decisive, final departure. Mubian follows, leaving the broken man behind. The Viscount's body shakes before he lets out a desperate scream. Sarah! He plays his final card. Sarah wants to see you. He kneels, discarding every shred of pride. I beg of you, as a father, please save my daughter. The entire crowd gasps at this scene. Even Mubian is surprised. I truly did not expect things to escalate to this pathetic point. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's face darkens as a heavy aura surrounds him. He speaks, his voice sharp enough to cut. Listen well, I refuse your offers. What I do, and where I go, will be my decision alone. He leaves the begging man behind. In the end, the lack of a sincere apology remains a bitter taste. Far away in a sun-drenched white villa, Sarah stands alone, staring blankly out of a large window. She looks up, her once playful eyes now vacant and hollow, framed by heavy shadows of deep exhaustion. Her dog whines at her dress. A sudden breeze stirs. Suki appears on the ledge with a soft cry. A black cat? She wonders. Suki's heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one gold, stare deeply into her soul. He reminds me of him. She whispers to the window. I used to think he was just a fool. He was so thin and silent. Sarah yearns for 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌. He never looked happy while reading people's minds. I would love that gift. To talk with Hiru all day. But his face always looked so empty. Sarah traced the lingering memory of his haunting face. His gaze left a permanent scar on her heart. Closing her eyes, golden light danced across her lids. Those azure eyes brought her peace. Yet, she feared the cold lethality hidden within that same stare. Sarah drifted in a sea of confusion, her mind a tangled web of uncertainty. Chaos swirled within. Horror at her family's sins battled a strange, guilty sense of relief. Memories of that bloody day returned. Amidst the carnage, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 had spared her father and brother. Sarah wept, terrified by the darkness surfacing in her own heart. It is not your fault, a voice whispered. Her long-awaited savior finally appeared before her eyes. Suki leaped to 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's side. He offered a gentle smile. It has been a while, Lady Sarah. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 reached out. Sarah froze for a heartbeat before laughing. Her cheeks flushed with sudden warmth. She took his hand. Please, just call me Sarama. Did my father send word for you? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 shook his head. The Viscount has no part in this. Have you forgotten our previous promise? Yes, she breathed. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 hesitated before speaking the word. We are friends, are we not? Joy flooded her heart. A secret friendship, she chirped. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's gaze softened, recalling their shared bond. As your friend, I wish you no harm. Thus, I must erase your memories of me. Her heart stopped. What? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 patted her head gently. There is nothing to fear, my lady. This is for your own sake, he urged. Suddenly, Sarah slapped his hand away with conviction. How can you say that? But 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌's voice turned cold. Do you truly wish to die here? Speechless, she stood frozen. Estio pressed on, convinced that forgetting was her only path to salvation. Forget me, and you can smile with your family again. Saralyn began to tremble with rising fury. Her fists clenched. Grabbing his collar, she screamed, "You think being ignorant is a blessing? To look away and forget the truth? Is that your idea of peace?" Disappointment washed over her. "Is this how adults live?" Estio sighed, sensing her mounting despair. "Then what do you mean, you idiot?" Tears finally spilled from her eyes. "I am terrified of losing these feelings, of hurting others without even realizing it. I refuse to smile while being blind to my own sins." She wouldn't become a puppet like her father. Picking up Hiru, she sought comfort in his warmth. "If I forget you, I will lose Hiru too." Saralyn's tears fell like a torrential rain. "I won't let that happen." Estio paused, finally asking, "Then, what is it you desire?" "To remain your friend. That is all." She forced a smile through her agonizing heartbreak. "I will handle the rest." Estio's voice wavered with concern. "Are you truly certain of this?" Under the silver moonlight, she beamed. "After all, I am a proud 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌. Don't you dare touch my memories." Estio nodded solemnly before vanishing into the night. As Estio prepared to leap from the window, Saralyn called out one final time. "Can I really do it?" she whispered. Estio's parting words planted a seed of hope. "Yes, you can." He plummeted into the darkness, leaving her rushing to the ledge. Feathers danced in the wind where he had been. Her heart finally found a new light. She watched him fade into the twilight. He was no longer a lonely dragon. Rejoining his companions, Estio stopped. "How did you find me at the Fabian estate?" "Ask Lord Mu," one chirped. Mu merely closed his eyes, his silence speaking volumes. Memories of the afternoon resurfaced. He had warned the Viscount, "My path is mine alone." Silence reigned as he ascended the stairs, passing through the ghost-like halls of the mansion. Mu followed closely. Estio's voice suddenly cut through the air. "Lord Mu, go rest." Before Mu could react, Estio vanished downstairs with godlike speed. "Good grief," Mu sighed, his hands in his pockets. "He still acts like a child." Mubian snaps his fingers. "How could I not see through that?" He teases Estio. "That lady's devotion is terrifying." "You barely spoke." Sionezu waves from above. "Welcome back. Dinner is served." Their stomachs growl. "I'm starving." "Let's eat before tomorrow's journey." Estio stares ahead. Tomorrow, they finally reach that cursed village. A feast of meatballs and rice. Hardly a humble meal. The mountains echo with exhaustion. Even the stones feel heavy. Ahuru limps in pain. Nezu reaches out. "Are you okay?" Nezu carries him. The weary group pushes deeper into shadows. Parker wipes his brow. "These roads are brutal. Even carriages struggle." Mubian sighs. "We've walked so far. Is the village near?" Further still, Estio mutters. "It's a place forgotten by light." He looks around. Memories of his lonely childhood begin to stir. No bandits would strike here. There's nothing left to steal. Parker asks, "Commander, how long has it been since you returned?" "I left early this year, right after my coming-of-age ceremony." The atmosphere turns cold. Vile voices echo, "Get out, monster." The cursed child brand. Every insult still burns Estio's soul. He drowns in darkness until a voice snaps him back. Parker smiles. "You took on such responsibility so young, huh? Leaving home is never easy, no matter the dream chased." "It wasn't like that," Estio whispers, his expression darkening. He clenches his fist. "I only left so I could live." His comrades exchange confused looks. Mubian mentions 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 village. "Your parents and siblings. They're still there, aren't they?" Mubian imagines a warm reunion. They must be so proud. Only silence follows. Estio's eyes remain hollow and cold. Parker wonders why a powerful commander would look so broken. Why would any family hate a son with such talent? Suddenly, thick red smoke erupts on the distant horizon. Parker takes flight. "I'll scout it out. Stay alert." "A mountain fire?" Mubian asks. Estio stares. "That's the village." Mubian panics. "It's burning?" Estio remains hauntingly indifferent. Why is he so calm? Even Nezu trembles with fear. The black smoke thickens. An isolated village has no hope. Mubian calculates their chances. The situation looks grim. "We need water magic." Nezu's eyes suddenly flash with hope. A master mage could summon rain and end this nightmare. Parker descends, his face pale. I saw everything. Is the fire bad? Nezu asks. Parker shakes his head. Estio stops him. Tell me exactly what you saw. The villagers built an altar. They are burning it now. Uhuru gasps. The air feels heavy with a coming storm. Parker's voice trembles as he delivers the ultimate horror. There's a person, tied to the center of the flames. Estio's eyes widened with pure horror. His fists clenched as he processed the words. They were actually burning people alive? Kyo nodded nervously, confirming the nightmare. The victims were bound and likely still breathing when the fire started. A chilling silence descended upon the group. Estio bit his lip, desperately trying to convince himself it was all a mistake. It could not be true. Yet, despite his doubts, he bolted toward the forest at full speed to see for himself. Estio surged through the towering trees, his pace quickening with every second. Surely they would not dare go that far. Even if they were wicked, such a heinous crime felt impossible for mere humans to commit against their own. Worried shouts followed him, but Estio was consumed by a dark premonition of the absolute horrors waiting ahead. Flickers of his own painful childhood flashed by. He knew that normally, he would have been their very first target. A thick pillar of black smoke stained the sky. Estio skidded to a stop, his breath hitching in his throat. He gasped for air, staring at the heartless crowd. They watched the execution with chilling indifference, exactly as Burr described. The barbaric scene unfolding before his eyes made Estio's blood run cold with a sense of pure terror. A girl on the pyre screamed for help. Estio froze, recognizing Bella as she sobbed and pleaded for her life. I am innocent. Please believe me. She called out to the men she knew, but they all looked away. How dare you speak to my husband, you vile witch? A woman nearby shrieked with a voice full of hatred. The searing heat intensified her terror. As she begged for salvation, her tragic past began to flicker through her mind. Mother! Father! But her parents never looked her way. They were always too busy to ever care for her. Go play outside and leave us alone. Her tears flowed freely as she yearned for even a drop of affection. In her darkest hour, a warm voice reached out. Are you Bella? Would you like to come play with us? She turned to find the local youths beckoning her. They reached out their hands, finally inviting her into their circle. Bella beamed with joy and rushed toward them. Their laughter seemed to brighten the entire world around her that day. You are so adorable. Would you like to be my sister? She finally felt the warmth of true human affection. I am so happy, she thought. She grew up with a permanent smile, basking in the glow of newfound joy. Everyone adored the lovely Bella. As she grew more beautiful, her hunger for validation and love only intensified further. She craved absolute devotion. Every man seemed to fall under her spell, whispering sweet and empty promises of love. She lived for their adoration, begging for more. But one day, her perfect, rose-colored world shattered into a million pieces. How dare you touch my husband? The man stood there, trembling and speechless as his wife raged with fury. Bella stood dazed as they pointed fingers. She only wanted love, but now she was being cursed as a monster. She is a witch. She enchanted him. In the present, she still pleaded with the man to save her life. You promised you loved me. But her cries were met with calls for her agonizing and immediate death. The searing flames closed in. Bella closed her eyes, screaming internally for someone, anyone, to save her from this. Suddenly, a sleek black cat appeared on the pyre. It sat perched at the top, letting out a mysterious cry. Drawn by the strange sound, Bella looked up in disbelief. A cat? She whispered, her voice trembling with confusion. The crowd erupted in fear. A black cat, a sign of the devil. Proof that she was a witch after all. Suki stared calmly into her eyes. Looking at the cat, Bella felt a wave of resentment and began to sob. Those large, piercing eyes reminded her of him. It was all his fault. Everything was because of that man. If only Estio had stayed, she would not be suffering. Suddenly, a sharp object cut through the air like lightning. A sharp blade sliced her bonds in an instant. Bella froze in shock as her restraints fell away from her. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. Estio appeared with a sword, his presence radiating an aura of cold fury. What do you think you are doing? Bella stared at him, her heart skipping a beat in total surprise. A powerful gust of wind caught his cloak. Estio swept her up and carried her away from the rising flames. Estio remained cold and distant despite his bold rescue. The village chief recoiled in visible and absolute fear. Then, the chief noticed the ornate badge on 𝑠TO's chest. It was the mark of the prestigious Knights Guild. They landed on the safe ground far from the fire. 𝑠TO immediately demanded an explanation for this madness. The chief gritted his teeth and slammed his staff down. That girl is a sinner who must pay for her crimes. She angered the gods and must suffer the consequences. 𝑠TO simply asked, "What crime did Bella actually commit?" Another man sneered, accusing the girl of seducing and murdering innocent souls. Rosette glared at 𝑠TO with pure venom. "Look at you, crawling back like a rat. The girl you saved is a killer," Belle cried out, desperately denying the cruel lies. Rosette's malice didn't stop. "She's a witch who devours the hearts of men. She craves raw organs." The mob roared in agreement, fueled by blind hatred. "Kill the witch!" 𝑠TO remained calm, demanding evidence and a fair trial for her. They laughed in his face. "Why defend a sinner? You're just a monster like her. You've always been a cursed child, 𝑠TO." Therios sneered with contempt. "Why return like a mouse? You should have stayed dead." 𝑠TO didn't flinch. "Bella is innocent. She hasn't harmed anyone in this village." Therios mocked him, but 𝑠TO's gaze turned cold. "I've seen her memories myself. There is no blood on her soul." Belle nodded, weeping in sudden relief. The village only grew more furious. "Using those cursed powers again? You're a liar." A stone struck 𝑠TO's forehead. Blood spilled as they screamed, "Get out! Monster!" The chief turned pale with terror. "You fools! Do you realize who you just struck?" The heavens suddenly opened. Heavy, black clouds choked the sky in an instant. Silence fell, heavy with the scent of rain. A crimson trail ran down 𝑠TO's cheek. Blood dripped onto his boot. "𝑠TO, you're bleeding!" Bella cried out in fear. He only gave a hollow, weary smile. This village would never change its ways. Dragon blue fire ignited in his eyes. "Kneel." The command resonated with absolute power. Their legs buckled instinctively. The entire mob was forced down by an invisible weight. Therios snarled from the mud. "You ungrateful brat! We are the ones who raised you." White feathers drifted through the freezing rain. A strange, divine presence filled the air. "That's enough." Mubi's voice cut the tension. Parker folded his magnificent jade wings. The Ignis Knight stepped forward. "Watch your tongues when speaking to our commander." Rosette gasped in total shock. "The legendary Ignis Guild? Here in our village?" The chief's attitude flipped instantly. "Please, come inside. Everyone else, get lost now." He led the knights away with trembling hands. The stunned villagers followed in silence. Belle hesitated, then grabbed 𝑠TO's sleeve with all her remaining strength. "Thank you for saving me." 𝑠TO coldly brushed her off. "Don't misunderstand my intentions. I know your heart," she whispered. But 𝑠TO's voice turned as sharp as ice. "You still owe me," he murmured darkly. His gaze was hollow and distant. "You're the one who wanted me dead once." Bella desperately tried to deny it. He shoved her away with contempt. "I don't accept kindness from those who loathed me. I hope we never meet again. This place only exhausts my very soul." Belle's voice trembled with deep regret. "Back then, I didn't know the truth. I believed their lies. But I see now." She forced a heartbreaking, sad smile. "We're the same, both abandoned outcasts." Mubi cut her off with a sharp glare. "Why listen to this nonsense? Let's go." 𝑠TO turned away without a second glance. "𝑠TO!" Belle called out in despair, her voice shaking with utter helplessness. "We were friends, weren't we?" "We were never anything," he replied coldly. He walked into the storm. Belle collapsed into the mud, broken and utterly alone. Why? Why did it end like this? She wept as the cold rain fell. Inside the manor, a meeting began. The legendary Ignis Guild had finally arrived. The chief chuckled greedily. To think such a powerful dragon was born here. 𝑠TO remained a cold, emotionless mask. The chief scrambled to change the subject. A long-awaited reunion. Yet the table was suffocatingly silent. The village chief finally spoke. "𝑠TO, your fame precedes you. Marvelous." He brought up old memories. The father merely grunted in dismissive agreement. The farce shattered as Mubian spoke. "He didn't return out of nostalgia. He is here on my command." The chief's face twisted in irritation. "Know your place, boy." Mubian tapped his glass. "Manners, is it?" Mubian smirked. "Commoner or noble? You elders all rot the same way." He turned chillingly serious. "Now, give me a straight answer. They flinched in fear. Are you a noble? Mubian raised an eyebrow. He reached into his cloak. Gold coins spilled out like mere playthings. I'm the one paying. Their eyes gleamed with pure, disgusting greed. This gold is yours, if you answer my questions honestly. The chief's greed took over. He began his pathetic, sugary praise. A noble guest. We should have known. Rosette chirped with fake smiles. You smell of royalty. Mubian shrugged. It's just imperial perfume. She was instantly hooked. Mubian flaunted his status even further. A gift from the emperor himself. The villagers gasped in awe. Truly magnificent. Inside, Mubian felt only pure, sickening disgust. The chief grinned, showing his teeth. But what could we possibly tell you? We are just simple, ignorant country folk, after all. Mubian toyed with a bean. You're even more foolish than I imagined. He crushed the bean into dust. Stop the acting. Let's get to business. Debris fell onto the table. Can you even recall your own pathetic lives? Mubian dropped the bombshell. Are you really Estio's blood family? The parents' eyes darted nervously. They exchanged a panicked look before lying. Of course! Estio is our own flesh and blood. The mother reached out to pet him. Mubian's gaze turned razor sharp. I'm asking about DNA. Lie, and the punishment will be absolute. The mother didn't flinch. I swear, he is my son. Estio felt the suffocating pressure. He looks just like us. Why doubt? The siblings trembled in the tension. Were you there when he was born? I don't remember, Terios confessed. The father jumped in to hide the truth. They were just toddlers then, Mubian smirked. I remember everything from birth. You're just special, sir. Mubian turned his cold gaze toward Estio. Are they lying, Estio? Estio froze. Why ask me, master? Because only you know the truth hidden in their hearts. Estio looked at his father. The man was trembling with hidden fear. His mother glared with daggers. The old trauma began to resurface. Listen well, his father hissed. Peeking into souls is a sin. He pointed a trembling finger. You are a monster. A cursed freak. Young Estio couldn't even speak. A rough hand silenced his cries. Do you understand? His mother's threat drowned him in despair. They backed him into a corner. Never read our minds again. If you do, you're no family of ours. Estio wept in silence. Those cruel words echoed. You are no longer family. Confusion gripped him. What memory had he lost? A voice snapped him back. Are you all right, Han? Neju whimpered, clutching Uhuru while watching him sadly. Estio forced a smile. I'm fine. Just lost in thought. He stood tall. His parents' sweat betrayed their guilt. They were hiding something. He faced his past tormentors. He walked past them, his hands grazing their shoulders. Show me your memories, Estio requested with chilling politeness. His mother recoiled in terror. Never, she shrieked. You're a monster, Estio. Mubi smashed the table nearby. Rose trembled, hiding behind Terios in sheer fright. Enough with the monster talk, he growled, eyes flashing. Neju pouted. I hate that word. Bo sighed deeply. I'm an avian, not even human, the creature chirped. Suddenly, the cactus spoke. Hey, let me join in. The parents gasped. A monster! Rose screamed, terrified. She fainted instantly. Uhuru looked on, confused and hurt. Stop faking, the cactus hissed, pointing at the crowd. A talking monkey. And a boy with dragon blood. A talking chicken too? Why am I the scary one? Uhuru wailed in grief, leaping into Estio's protective arms. Tears fell like rain. Everyone hates me, Uhuru sobbed. They're just afraid of your greatness, Estio whispered softly. Uhuru brightened up. Estio's gaze then turned cold again. Cooperate if you want your reward, Estio demanded coldly. Terios lunged, grabbing his collar. You dare threaten us? You were always a curse. Terios spat with venom. We lived in shame because of your existence, brat. Estio stayed silent. I locked you away for years. Terios smirked. That attic wasn't meant for living souls. It's a frozen tomb in winter, his father muttered. Stop it, Terios. Mubi watched as the tension peaked. We starved you for months, yet you survived like vermin. I sent you to hell's doorstep, Terios roared, crazed. You're a monster. Estio's eyes turned icy and sharp. I see now, Estio whispered. Terios's hatred spilled out. Disgusting. You even stole Mother's eye color, you freak. Mubi frowned. Estio gripped Terios' wrist with iron strength. I've always hated you too, brother, Estio stated flatly. Damn you. Terios swung a desperate heavy fist forward. A dull thud rang out. His father took the blow. He is your brother, Terios. The father groaned painfully. You cannot deny his blood. Terios screamed in rage. You hate him too. You've always been terrified of him, but I never truly hated him. Estio watched from the shadows, his heart heavy with doubt. If there was no hate, then what was this cold void? His hand trembled as he touched the man. A sudden surge of mana erupted. Why? Why did you make that choice? Reality shattered as he plunged into the depths of memory. The onlookers gasped in horror as the vision consumed the entire room. In a blinding flash of light, they were gone. The space where they once stood was now eerily hollow and silent. A suffocating, pitch-black sky loomed above. Thunder rumbled within the heavy clouds like a restless beast. Estio's father gasped for every breath, his lungs burning. Gripping a crude axe, he struggled to scale the treacherous slope. A black crow lunged from the shadows with lethal intent. Panic seized him, and he plummeted down the steep incline. The bird vanished into the gloom, leaving him abandoned in the dense thicket. He crawled up, cursing his wretched existence. Disorientation set in. He was utterly lost. Suddenly, a strange, ethereal glow flickered through the ancient trees. Mesmerized by the light, he felt an irresistible pull. His legs moved on their own, racing toward the source. Wait! Please, help me, he pleaded, his voice desperate. Just stay with me until the sun rises. The world ahead dissolved into a brilliant, blinding white haze. Shielding his eyes, he squinted at the radiance. His breath caught as he realized what lay before him. Lord have mercy. In a massive crater, a giant vein of gold shone like a fallen star. God. Oh my God. Driven by greed, he slid into the deep pit. The golden reflection danced upon his boots like liquid fire. He approached the treasure, caught between disbelief and overwhelming joy. It's mine, he whispered, clutching the gold. I can take this. But a low, predatory growl cut through his greed. A massive black wolf emerged from the shadows. Its amber eyes were locked onto its new prey. Terror paralyzed him as he scrambled back. The beast bared its razor-sharp fangs, snarling with primal fury. Greed and survival clashed in his mind. The gold was dazzling, but the fresh blood at the wolf's feet told a different story. In that moment of life or death, he thought of his family waiting at home. He tightened his grip on the axe. If he could take this, his miserable life would finally change. With a roar, he lunged. The wild beast rose to meet his challenge. He struck with all his might as the wolf's teeth tore into his arm. Ignoring the searing pain, he swung the sharp blade high into the air. A sickening thud echoed, followed by a spray of crimson blood. The beast fell still, leaving him gasping for air. He cast the axe aside and collapsed to his knees. With trembling hands, he finally touched the golden treasure. I have to take this. Under the cover of night, he raced back to the village and pounded on his door. His wife appeared, child in hand, her face pale. What have you done? He barked. Just pack your things. Have you lost your mind? She cried out. What are you talking about? He slammed the door shut, his eyes wild with frantic energy. There's no time. We're taking the kids and leaving now. I'm not moving a muscle until you explain yourself, she demanded, refusing to budge. He unbuckled his pack, his voice shaking. I got lost in the mountains. And then, what? Are you injured? She asked, her anger turning to worry. He slammed the basket down between them. You won't believe the fortune I found. He grinned, beckoning his wife to look inside. A gem beyond compare. He threw back the cloth, certain he was showing her a mountain of gold. But his wife's expression remained cold and horrified. Are you insane? He looked down, his heart stopping. There was no gold. Inside the basket lay a baby, smiling up at them with an innocent, haunting grace. The man froze in total shock. Before he could utter a word, a heavy fist collided with his face. He crashed to the floor as his wife's face twisted in rage. Gold and gems? Is this your idea of a joke? He trembled, reaching out in desperation. No, it wasn't a baby. Her furious scream echoed through the house. Enough! By morning, he was back in the forest, his mind fractured by doubt. He was sure it was gold. Was he cursed? The child stared blankly as the wife followed closely behind to watch him. Her face was a mask of pure fury. Put it back exactly where you found it. Now, Drenched in sweat, he obeyed. But a chilling thought surfaced. If the gold was a child, then what was that beast? A sudden, paralyzing fear gripped his soul. Had he murdered someone? Together, they approached the ancient tree. They stood stunned. Solemn figures waited deep within the massive crater. Villagers swarmed the pit. The father prayed his trembling wouldn't betray him. Chilling rumors spread. High priests from the holy temple had finally arrived. A man muttered grimly. The treasure that fell here had completely vanished. "What is happening?" he stammered. The stranger scoffed at his obvious ignorance. "Look down there," he pointed. "The holy temple's executioners are already here." Terror struck like lightning. The mention of priests made his soul wither. "Why are they here?" The reply was cold. A dragon's treasure fell. The truth paralyzed them. A dragon, a divine beast. Its treasure was stolen, hidden for centuries, now lost. The holy sanctuary was in absolute chaos. The news turned darker. The guardian was murdered, and the prize taken. They deserved death. To rob a dragon is an unforgivable, suicidal sin. He shook with dread. The empire would execute them before dragons could. Night swallowed the village. The couple retreated to their cold, silent shack. 𝑠tio slept peacefully. His father whispered in a voice filled with despair. Suddenly, Terios burst in. "Father." The boy's innocent joy felt like fire. "Did you bring treats?" The parents exchanged a look of pure tragedy. He forced a weak smile. "Nothing today." Terios's gaze shifted instantly elsewhere. "Who is this?" The father lowered the infant. "Your new baby brother." Terios marveled at him. "A brother? Another sibling for me to protect?" "Yes," he replied firmly. Terios noticed the child's eyes dark, yet terrifyingly bright. "His name?" The father hesitated, looking at his innocent young children nearby. Finally, he spoke the name. 𝑠tio. The child's cheeks flushed in recognition. Years later, the truth shattered Terios. "What is this?" he roared. "Answer me!" he screamed. His mother stayed silent as the father froze. "What is this monster?" The father wept. "I am sorry. 𝑠tio." His fists clenched until they shook. "I am truly, deeply sorry." He collapsed to his knees. "Forgive me. I didn't know the truth." 𝑠tio didn't flinch. He simply looked away, his heart already turned cold. "I protected the family. I never meant to hate or blame you." Tearful eyes pleaded for mercy. "I'm your father. I only wanted safety. But your power put everyone in danger. You were too visible." 𝑠tio remained indifferent. A cold realization finally dawned behind his eyes. "I tried to love you. I gave you a name and watched." Suddenly, 𝑠tio's amber eyes flared. They transformed into a piercing, supernatural blue. "You aren't human," he realized. "You were just mimicking us this whole time. Human language, human emotions, growth. It was all just a perfect facade. You grew slowly in that attic, yet you always woke and walked." I was terrified. The father's regret poured out in a broken plea. He bowed to the dirt. "Forgive me. I was so wrong." 𝑠tio scoffed. A life of suffering for one hollow apology? Simply pathetic. He raised his arm, muscles coiling. He shattered the wall with one strike. Reality began to crack. Memories splintered like falling glass around them both. Chaos erupted in the room. Food was scattered as terror gripped everyone. The chief paled as the truth emerged. A dragon. The black dragon. With a cold gaze, he pivots on his heel. Terios instantly flinches, sensing the shift. "Wait! You'd actually kill us?" he whimpers. "I'm your brother. Please, spare me. I'm sorry." His mother hides her face in silence. 𝑠tio wonders, is it really this easy? He steps closer. His eyes turn pitch black, devoid of mercy. Seeing their pathetic weakness, he simply walks away. Mubin and Parker watch in silence, mesmerized by his every move. Outside, the heavens open in a sudden downpour. Suki follows closely as they vanish into the storm. Despite leaving that house, Mubin's gaze remains fixed on the young man's lonely back. He leads them toward the mountain, climbing the same dark path his father once took. Yet 𝑠tio pushes forward, treading through the overgrown wilderness with unwavering resolve. They reach a shimmering lake. "That crater. It's become a pond now," he whispers. His reflection ripples in the rain. For a moment, he remembers the wolf that once protected him. 𝑠tio dwells on his identity. Who am I really? Suddenly, Mubin drops to one knee. You knew everything, didn't you? 𝑠TO asks. The knight admits, I had my suspicions. Mubin looks up. Would you believe me if I said I never knew their cruelty? Silence follows. Do you loathe me? The knight asks, his voice trembling. 𝑠TO remains unnervingly calm. Should I? Mubin quickly shakes his head in protest. Our deal was fair, and I accepted it. Amidst the rain, a new question arises. You'll fulfill your vow, right? The knight answers firmly. I will protect you. Always. Surprised, 𝑠TO listens. The 𝑩𝒍𝒂𝒄𝒌 clan. A lineage that feasts on the blood of dragons. I am Manhwa, he declares. A name given to ensure such tragedy never repeats. Mubin makes a bold request. I want you to choose me as your guardian. Only the sound of the rain follows. 𝑠TO's lips tremble, but he holds back his words. He thinks of the title Mubin mentioned, the legendary guardian of the dragon. Such a blessing comes with a heavy price. The total submission of one's very soul. A guardian must obey every command. Their master's safety is the only law. It's a dangerous pact. A blood covenant is formed. As midnight passes, the group finally begins their journey back. You've done enough today, Commander. Rest. They retreat to a pre-arranged inn for the night. While he sleeps, Suki watches over him. He must be exhausted. Sleep well, 𝑠TO. Suddenly, the boy stirs. Suki's eyes catch a shadow flickering across the room. 𝑠TO pulls the cat close, whispering her name. It's okay, 𝑠TO. I'm right here. Suki gazes at him. No matter what he becomes, her heart remains unchanged. Morning sun pierces through the glass, but the young dragon heir remains in a deep slumber. The light finally wakes him. He finds Neju and Suki snuggled protectively by his side. I'm awake, he murmurs. Suddenly, the door swings open and Parker bursts in. Good morning. Time to get up. Mubin cuts him off. Go eat, kid. Parker's face twists in annoyance. I was going to say that. Outside, the storm returns. It's a 2-day journey to Galatia. They share a warm breakfast, trapped by the torrential rain. We can't move until the sky's clear, Parker says, grabbing a piece of bread. He looks at 𝑠TO. What's the plan once we get back to headquarters? I'll wait for the next mission, 𝑠TO replies simply. Parker is stunned. A dragon. Taking missions? Mubin intervenes. You truly intend to continue working for the guild? 𝑠TO nods. Yes. But you're a duke, 𝑠TO reminds him. You can't just be a common bodyguard. I'll renounce everything, Mubin vows. 𝑠TO tries to protest, but the knight is resolute. A guardian never leaves his master. You cannot face this world alone. 𝑠TO falls into deep thought. The only truth I know is the power in my blood. Mubin finally realized the truth. In dragon years, 𝑠TO was still just a newborn hatchling. Dragons live by ancient laws. Their growth is a slow journey, spanning hundreds of years. A hatchling remains under its mother's protection for a century before reaching true maturity. To the commander, the boy was like a fragile infant, despite his terrifying potential. His human form was a mere mask for survival. A chilling question filled Mubin's mind. Why would the legendary black dragon fail to protect its own royal bloodline? Perhaps it wasn't a choice. Maybe a dark secret prevented the dragon from saving him. After breakfast, 𝑠TO prepared to depart. Mubin desperately tried to convince him to stay. My lord, stay with me. My territory is a fortress compared to this guild. 𝑠TO remained cold and distant. I am not the savior you think I am. I do not care for the past. Please, leave me and never return. Mubin stood frozen. The young dragon's words cut deeper than any blade. He grit his teeth. 𝑠TO was the last living trace of his long-lost master. Was his family's ancient loyalty all for nothing? He clenched his fist in silent agony. Suddenly, 𝑠TO spoke. I will contact you when the gears of fate turn again. Go back to your duties. Mubin was stunned by the boy's commanding presence. 𝑠TO gave a solemn oath. Returning to the headquarters, a new directive awaited him. Rest now. Master Wen lounged back while paperwork flew through the air like leaves. The guildmaster wants to see you soon. Until then, just enjoy the peace. 𝑠TO's eyes flickered with doubt. Wen stood up and handed him a precious soft fabric. This is my most prized possession, but today, it belongs to you. You have never known the simple comfort of a warm bed, have you? Eat snacks, read books, and lose yourself in the sweetness of some chocolate. 𝑠TO took the blanket. Wen offered more, but the boy quietly declined his kindness. With Neju and Aru by his side, he retreated to the silence of his room. "Do not push yourself," Neju whispered. Estio replied with a calm, steady voice. Neju watched him with concern. "Are you truly okay after everything you've endured?" Estio saw through their hidden motives. He had suffered enough from the world's cruelty. Aru let out a ferocious roar. He hated the humans who had hurt his master. "I will tear them apart," Aru barked. Estio turned away, refusing to look back. "Even if the world changes, I will remain the same." The village moved on. The night vanished. Estio woke from a long slumber and stared at the ceiling. He felt a strange emptiness. He had never learned how to simply exist or play. He stood by the window, letting the morning breeze touch his pale skin. Before him lay a majestic landscape, where nature and human life intertwined in harmony. Later, while resting under a tree, Estio noticed Parker waving from a carriage. "Captain!" Parker called out. "Wait here, Lena. I must go greet him." "Is that the person you're always following?" Lena asked, her curiosity piqued. "If we all go, it will be too loud. He deserves his private moment." Parker hesitated. He could not read the stoic expression on the young dragon's face. "I will go alone." He approached Estio and asked, "My lord, have you eaten?" Estio looked up. "Is it already past noon?" Parker scratched his head and smiled. "I am waiting for a friend. I am taking a break. Just like you." Estio stared at him. "Really?" Parker then invited the whole group for a meal. Neju was thrilled to join. Suddenly, Estio felt a strange, sharp spike in his senses. "Is sitting with me a burden?" Estio asked. Bear immediately denied it. "Never! Ignore those scoundrels." Lena cut in sharply. "We're acquaintances." Bear stared at her in shock. "Wait, you two actually know each other?" Estio's reply was vague. Lena seemed unusually tense. Looking at them, a friendly past seemed highly unlikely. Their eyes locked in a heavy silence. Neither blinked. Then, Lena suddenly broke the tension with a bright laugh. "Estio, you're too unique to forget." She smiled warmly at the boy who once journeyed alongside Sio. Estio called her name. Her face lit up with pure joy. "So, you actually remembered me after all." Lena offered her hand. "I assumed that White Beast finished you off. Glad you're alive. Now, back to business. I searched the entire mountain, but it vanished without a trace. Everyone thought you'd been devoured." She spoke with lingering disbelief. What a miracle reunion. Suddenly, Nezu peeked out from behind Estio. Terror struck Lena like lightning. She turned pale and instinctively drew her weapon against that familiar white fur. Bear rushed to stop her. "Lena, calm down. Nezu is the captain's partner." Nezu flashed its most adorable, sparkling eyes. A wild, savage beast as a partner? Lena stood frozen, unable to even process the terrifying reality. Then it finally clicked. Estio hadn't just survived, he had tamed the creature by reading its very soul. Estio was far more impressive than she imagined. Seeing his official badge, she slowly sheathed her weapon. "Heavens, you're a guildmaster?" Burr scolded her instantly. "Lena, show some proper respect to the master. Even as a lead combatant, you must be polite. The gap in your ranks is like heaven and earth." Lena hesitated. Bear hissed a stern warning. "Insolence leads to demotion or even exile. Do you understand?" Estio rose to his feet. "Burr, go enjoy a meal with your friend. You should catch up." "Aren't you joining us?" Bear asked. Estio sighed, sounding bored. "Later. This atmosphere, it doesn't suit me." Estio spoke bluntly. "Besides, the way you treat Nezu makes me feel quite uncomfortable. I'll pass." They stood paralyzed as he brushed past like a cold wind. "Goodbye." Lena's heart sank with regret. "Guildmaster!" she called out, her voice now filled with reverence. He glanced back. "Is there something else?" Lena dropped into a deep, 90-degree bow. "I apologize." Estio stared in shock as she humbled herself publicly. "My words weren't meant with malice. I was simply overwhelmed by how much you've changed. No more insults. I never dreamed a friend would become master. From now on, I'll address you properly." She gave a playful wink. "Please, don't misunderstand. As an apology, let this meal be my treat." Though awkward, Estio eventually agreed. The three of them headed toward the city's finest restaurant for a feast. A boisterous voice echoed, "Behold, the crown jewel of Revit's culinary world, the best restaurant in town." Lena signaled the waiter confidently. I'll handle the ordering. I promise you the finest food imaginable. Estio remained skeptical. Really? Estio turned his gaze toward Ahu. It was being unnervingly silent today. What was hidden in Ahu's mind? A dark thought crossed his head. Is it injured somewhere? Jen, her face veiled, questioned the cactus's age. Estio shrugged. I don't know. I've never actually asked it. Why not? She revealed the obvious truth. With your power, you should know without asking. Jen remained expressionless. Estio grew cautious. Something is wrong. I can't read her emotions at all. Just who is she? Lena leaned in to introduce her. Jen isn't human. She's a masterpiece doll crafted by the master himself. Bear added with pride. The master of Ignis is the world's only legendary puppeteer. A true genius. Estio watched her every move, the flicker of her eyes, her hair, even her perfectly pressed lips. Aside from the silence in her soul, Estio mused, she looks exactly like a living person. How can anyone tell she's a puppet? Lena gestured for him to look closer at Jen's face. A faint blue star sat beneath her eye. See that tattoo? That is the mark of her creator. Every one of the master's dolls bears that sign. But honestly, don't overthink her existence. A puppet only knows obedience and feels no pain. He glared at Jen. She is but a tool. Treating her as human only leads to trouble. Trust my experience on this. Lena gave a knowing wink. The food arrived, but Estio's mood soured. A living doll and a luxurious feast. Something felt chillingly off. Estio, look, let's eat. Bear cheered. Nezu's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the delicious spread. The feast looked magnificent. Even Estio silently agreed. Everyone indulged, eager to fill their empty stomachs. As Parker chewed, he watched closely. He noticed Estio hadn't even touched his utensils. Master, aren't you eating? Parker chirped with worry. Is it the raw food? We should have asked your preference first. Lena jumped in to fix the mistake. I'll order something cooked. But Estio just stared, lost in thought. He let out a weary sigh. No, it just doesn't suit my palate. His eyes drifted over the lavish spread. The plates were beautifully arranged. Yet, all he felt was a profound, crushing pity. Slaughtered just moments ago, their agony lingered. Through his blood, Estio felt the raw horror and pain within the flesh. He narrowed his eyes at the gruesome sight. All he could see was a plate full of cold resentment. There was no need to voice these dark thoughts. I'm not hungry, but don't mind me, he lied. Once outside, Parker's shouting echoed. Damn it, Lena. The vice captain told us to take care of him. Lena scratched his head, guilt-ridden. I know, but how was I supposed to predict this? Parker groaned in despair while Lena felt helpless. Estio looked down and whispered to his companion. Neju, can you walk? Nezu chirped softly. Parker suddenly had a bright idea to clear the air. Master, why not tour the city? Revito's ancient architecture is truly a sight to behold. You've been confined to headquarters too long. It's time you breathed some fresh air. They were worried. Ever since the last mission, Estio seemed like a hollow shell of himself. Lena grinned, trying to make amends. Don't worry, I'm the local expert. He gave a cringy wink. Moving with lightning speed, Lena threw an arm around Estio's shoulder. You're free today, right? Then let's move. Estio looked up, curious. To where? Lena began spinning tales of the city. Our guild has a tradition that dates back to the founding. Whether it was real or a lie, he called it the newcomer's welcome. Parker eagerly chimed in. I remember those red-tiled roofs. Usually, rookies patrol the perimeter to learn the layout. Then, they're tested on every detail. The tallest statue, the oldest candy shop, things like that. Lena hyped up the stakes. If you fail the quiz, you run laps until you're drowning in sweat. He let out a boisterous laugh, flashing his sharp fangs. But you're no rookie and you've got me. Estio's expression remained weary. Is that so? He muttered. Then I'll leave it to you. Lena's blood boiled with excitement. Just follow me and trust the expert. Revito is the safest, most prosperous city. I guarantee a legendary trip. Estio gave a slow nod. Fine. The two kept prying into his strange behavior. Estio followed, listening to their endless bickering and excuses. Watching from behind, she smiled gently. Their leader truly was a man of infinite patience. This is the famous 3rd Avenue, Lena shouted. The way the sun hits this street is pure magic. Shall we call a carriage? Lena asked. But 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 looked around and declined. No need. This is fine. Noticing his restless gaze, Lena grew curious. Master, you've been searching for something. What is it? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 turned to him instantly. Is there a medical center here that treats the health of plants? Lena froze in shock. He stared at the small cactus, his voice trembling. For that plant? He rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought before answering with uncertainty. There's a research garden, but the owner is a recluse. I'm not sure if we can get a meeting. Can you take me there? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 pressed. Lena beamed. Of course. If it's for you, it's worth the trip. He dashed off like a bullet, shouting, This way. Trust me. Parker approached 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 with a sigh. He's certainly energetic, Parker muttered. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 replied softly. It doesn't bother me. Parker scratched his head. He's like a wild stallion. Everyone calls him Little Lena. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 blinked, confused by the nickname. Seeing his puzzled face, Parker quickly explained. Little, as in an indestructible cockroach. Lena was still dancing ahead, waving his arms wildly. Parker leaned in, teasing with a smirk. At first glance, you'd think it was the name of a pretty girl. He was our favorite target for pranks. Even I fell for the mystery. Are you two whispering about me? Lena's voice cuts through their gossip like a blade. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 forces a smile, moving forward while his inner world remains a cold, silent void. A solitary white manor emerges, hidden deep within the shadows of the ancient, towering trees. Stepping inside, a chill runs down his spine. Why would they leave the gates wide open? This garden is funded by the association, Lena explains. A public sanctuary for the elite. They walk through lush greenery as he explains that everyone is free to admire these flowers. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 gazes around with wonder. This is his first time seeing such a vibrant, living sanctuary. Parker reflects on the silence. Unlike animals, these things don't scream or move. They just exist. Leader, do plants have voices? He asks. The response is a hollow, I don't know. Parker is stunned. Can't you read their souls? Aren't you supposed to hear everything? It's not that simple, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 mutters. I only hear those I am destined to touch. Lena finds it fascinating, playfully dragging a sturdy branch down to test its silent strength. The wood groans under the pressure. So, tell me, what is this branch screaming right now? 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 stares into the emerald leaves, lost in a sea of unspoken, ancient memories. He bows his head, his voice a mere whisper. If I could, I'd choose not to hear. Lena is baffled. Why reject a power that could let one rule over all creation? Suddenly, a voice shatters the quiet, a warm greeting meant only for the boy of destiny. It's Jen. She looks to the high canopy and echoes the forest's hidden, melodic song. Do not fear, she tells them. The spirits of the woods are welcoming you home. Leaves dance in the wind. Greetings, child of the black dragon. We're glad you survived the dark. A single leaf settles in his hair, a small crown bestowed by the forest itself. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 gently holds the leaf, his curiosity piqued. Jen, can you hear the earth's blood too? I am born of the trees, she reveals. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 turns away, feeling a strange, heavy disappointment. So we aren't the same, he sighs. Jen urges him to listen, but he refuses. Jen senses his pain. Why do you hide? Do you truly despise the living world? No, 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 replies softly, avoiding her gaze. I just think they deserve to keep their secrets. The ground beneath him cracks. Reading a soul without permission is nothing but pure violence. Shadows of his past resurface in his mind. Yes, it is a cruel, unforgivable violence. They can only speak if you listen, Jen says, pulling him back from his dark abyss. She points to a withered branch. Even when they yearn to share their final moments, even in death, they cannot cry out. That is the tragic fate of the forest. She smiles radiantly. To us, young master, your presence is nothing short of a divine blessing. 𝑠𝒐𝒂𝒄𝒌 is left speechless by her words until a sharp roar suddenly breaks the sacred silence. Old Man Green appears, clutching a rake. Who dares disturb the peace of my garden? Forgive us! Parker shouts. It was Lena. He's the one who touched the trees first. Why am I the scapegoat? Lena cries. But Green is already marching toward the real culprit. He points a trembling finger at the clumsy 𝑛𝒍𝒄𝒌. You're trampling all over the blossoms. 𝑛𝒍𝒄𝒌 panics, lifting a foot only to crush another delicate flower into the dark soil. Crack! Another sapling is flattened under Nehu's weight, sending a shockwave through the gardener's heart. Green's face turns pale with fury as his wooden tool snaps cleanly in his iron grip. "No, my precious children!" He wails in despair as the sun bleeds through the skylight. "We are truly sorry, Master Green." A timid voice echoes through the petal-strewn hall. Green wipes his tears, glaring at Lena. "Still a lowly mercenary? Has no one recruited you yet?" "Watch your mouth, old man," Lena retorts. "I'm a legendary hero in the making." Lena forced a smile. "I'm the combat lead, burdened with endless high-stakes missions. Watch it, boss. Disrespecting the captain is a dangerous game to play." Skepticism filled the room. Briner's gaze shifted toward Estio, his voice trembling slightly. "Is it really you?" He stared at Stio, the newly appointed legendary captain. Briner's aura shifted. He bowed, offering a handshake. "I am Briner, the gardener. I serve this research sanctuary." Estio replied coldly. "Just call me Stio." Briner's grip tightened. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Estio's mind, his secret power. "I can read his thoughts." Briner's face flushed with pure, unhidden excitement. To hear the soul of nature. Estio paused, sensing a strange, deep mystery, a lens near to Ahu. The air turned heavy as everyone watched Green's move. "Is he okay?" Green frowned. "This is more complicated than I ever imagined." Examining Ahu, Green spoke. "This cactus has been raised with godlike care. No lack of nutrients. Externally perfect. Yet, a hidden crisis lurks within." "Why the sudden decline?" Green sank into a deep, dark, contemplative silence. "Something is wrong. Captain, may I examine the roots for any hidden rot?" A faint, ghostly whisper echoed. "Roots." Green's eyes widened in sheer shock. Ahu moved. "My roots? You dare touch a royal's roots, you absolute pervert." Green recoiled in horror, face darkening. "Heavens, it speaks. I'm no pervert. Don't label me." A voice scoffed. "Why are mortals always shocked by greatness?" Someone gasped in disbelief. "The cactus. The cactus is actually talking to us. Never seen a talking plant?" Ahu's head turned red with pure, burning rage. "Ahu, enough." One command from Estio, and the legendary plant instantly obeyed. "He's here to help." Ahu paused. "A doctor? A healer for my kind? Meet the Grand Botanist, Briner." Ahu's skepticism shifted into sudden, bright hope. "A true plant doctor?" Estio nodded. Ahu finally made a life-changing decision. It tilted, revealing massive, powerful roots that pulsed with ancient, hidden energy. "Look, but be careful. Uprooting me would be an act of supreme cruelty." Green touched a root. It was thriving. Incredible. Such legendary, vibrant strength. "I'm just sleepy," Ahu muttered. Green stared. "Sleepy? Or is this something more? Little friend, tell me. Exactly how many centuries have you been alive?" 200, Green laughed. 200 years? That is impossible for a cactus. Ahu recalled its tribe to them. Ahu was just a tiny, insignificant seedling, conscious for 200 years. "In my tribe, I am the smallest child." Green's eyes lit up. "By the gods!" He stood up, trembling with joy. "Captain, this is the legendary giant cactus, a species thought to be extinct." He envisioned a titan rising from the sands, a magnificent flower as its crown, a desert miracle, the most beautiful giant bloom in all of recorded history. Legends say they grow for millennia to bear the mythical fruit of spirits. "We are not extinct," Ahu snapped. "My family still thrives in our home." Green stared, beaming. "This sleepiness. It is the great slumber of the ascension. I have only read the myths. To see one evolving is a miracle." Estio's gaze sharpened. "How long will this evolutionary sleep cycle actually last? I need more research. The details are hidden in the ancient botanical scrolls. They grow for millennia. These cycles of deep sleep are part of their legend." "Ahu, rest now. This garden will protect you until your power fully awakens." Ahuru stubbornly refused. "I won't." Estio leaned in close, offering a safe haven if the spirit felt uneasy. Seeing its sadness, Estio whispered, "Do I truly make you feel that uncomfortable?" His heart wavered, but Estio gently reached out to pat the spirit's head, clearing the painful misunderstanding. "Estio, I refuse to sleep. I will never close my eyes again." The spirit curled into his palm, its tiny branches clinging to him as if pleading never to be let go. It kept its true worry hidden. "I'm staying awake for you." Finally, they stepped out together. Brain voiced his concern. "It speaks and moves. Are we certain this creature isn't a danger?" He warned that avoiding sleep would destroy its health. Estio nodded firmly. "I understand." Green watched the silent cactus. Plants are fragile and complex, just like living, breathing animals. Memories of the strange and beautiful flora filling the house flashed through Estio's mind. Brain's deep, cautionary voice continued to echo through the halls. Every leaf and size tells a story of survival. All eyes turned toward the mysterious Ahuru. Green smiled, lifting a heavy black bag. "I've packed nutrient-rich soil. You'll need this." Estio accepted the gift, bowing deeply in gratitude for the old man's kindness. Suddenly, Green produced a sealed glass vial from his pocket, a tiny scroll shimmering inside. A direct order from the guildmaster. Estio froze. She knew he was coming. Green chuckled, scratching his temple. "Not exactly. I was just tipped off before you arrived." Estio gripped the cold glass, staring at the mysterious message with a heavy heart. The wind rustled the leaves as a chilling realization hit him. "I'm being watched. Don't misunderstand. The master just has a way of looking after everyone in her own way." Estio's eyes narrowed. "Always?" The word felt like a golden cage. Green imagined a master puppeteer, controlling 1,000 strings from the darkness above. "She is a puppeteer commanding over 1,000 dolls," Parker whispered. "It's likely far more. Dolls break easily," he added. "So her workshop never stops its endless creation." Estio unrolled the scroll. "Nis Guildmaster. Location: Rivetal Central Market. Security level: absolute. The mission: find the master's hidden form within 30 minutes. The hunt begins now. A reward awaits if successful. The scroll will self-destruct once the timer hits 0. Move fast." The number 30 on the parchment bled into 29. 1 minute had already vanished. Lena peered over his shoulder. "Magic ink? I wonder what the true limit is this time." Suddenly, she gasped. "Wait. It hasn't even been 30 minutes, and the time is accelerating." Only 27 minutes remained. Their destination: the heart of the chaotic central market. Lena groaned in frustration. "This is impossible." Estio asked, "Is it really that far?" Images of the endless, swarming crowds flashed by. Lena shook her head. "It's not the distance. The market is a labyrinth of 8 major roads and infinite twisting alleys. The crowds are suffocating," Brain added. "And worse, we don't even know her face." Lena agreed. "She only speaks through puppets. Only the Vice Master has ever seen her true form." Before the words finished, Estio exploded into a sprint, blurring past Parker. "Captain!" Parker yelled. But Estio was gone. His sights locked on the market. He paused for a heartbeat, looking back at Green. "The plants. They truly love you," Green stammered. "Really?" He thought of the vibrant golden flowers swaying in the sun. "They want you to hear them," Estio said softly, "just as you try to hear them." Deeply moved, Green clutched his chest as Estio turned and vanished into the city. The team followed their leader's fierce pace through the bustling, overcrowded streets of the capital. Their heavy footsteps thundered against the stone, echoing the tension of the ticking clock. Cold sweat rolled down Estio's face. Gripping the scroll tight, he prepared to face the master's test. A storm of whispers clawed at Estio's mind, leaving him utterly disoriented. To find the guildmaster, he had to read every thought. Then, a sharp, cold presence flickered past. The relentless murmurs of the crowd burned in his ears like a fever. The market was a sea of noise merchants desperate for sales and critics mocking street food. "Look for free. Best skewers here." "Ugh, this tastes like garbage." Estio squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his focus to the absolute limit. Just a little more. Suddenly, a faint echo drifted from a dark alleyway. One name sparked. GA1. GA1. Estio gasped. Eyes wide as blood trickled from his nose. Nezu panicked instantly. He wiped the blood away, claiming he was fine, but Nezu's cries rang out, nothing was fine. Estio stared into the distance with grim determination. He had finally found his target. Without a word, he bolted toward the source, leaving his shouting comrades behind as stalls blurred past. His frantic pace slowed to a crawl before he came to a dead stop. Before him stood a plant stall. A soft voice called out, "Welcome." A golden-haired girl appeared. She placed a box down with a gentle smile. Looking for fruit? Or perhaps searching for yourself? Thinking she was a puppet, Estio handed over a note. I am looking for Master Kai. The girl didn't answer, her smile only growing wider. Estio felt a wave of confusion, but his senses didn't lie. Suddenly, the distinct click of metal echoed sharply in his ear. He froze as a pink hairpin was tucked into his hair by two tiny, delicate hands. A reward for finding me, a voice rang out. Go ahead. Take it. There she was, perched casually on a wooden board, looking him right in the eye. Pleasure to meet you, she smiled. I am Kay, the guildmaster of Ignis. Before Estio could process her words, a loud shout shattered the moment. Master! Jen came charging forward, her face flushed with pure joy. Master, you're really here. Parker and Lena stood frozen in shock. She's actually smiling? They stammered. Jen threw herself into Kai's arms. Finally, Estio found the space to speak. The guild helped me when I was lost, he said. I wanted to properly thank you. As the girls shared an embrace, Kai looked at Estio. Ignis is just as indebted to you. But I'm a member of this guild, he countered. Kai's eyes widened before she chuckled. You're right. You are a vital pillar of Ignis. Thank you for reminding me. Kai stepped down. Despite her small frame, her presence was mountain-like as she looked up at him. Ask me anything, she said. I've been waiting. Estio asked. Why me? Why this position? Kai clapped her hands together. Excellent. That is exactly why I've come to see you. She leaned in. Secrets shouldn't be shared. Let's use your special captain's trait. As he hesitated, Kai gave a knowing nod. Estio braced himself, preparing to read her mind. The world around them bled into shadows, leaving only the distant rustle of the unknown. In that void, they were alone. Kai's voice was a soft, iron-willed whisper. I want to protect you. She spoke of special gifts. Ignis was born to be a sanctuary for those like us. She pointed at him. This title was created to safeguard you from the very beginning. Kai pressed a finger to her lips, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Because long ago, I knew someone with power exactly like yours. Estio's heart hammered. Kai began the legend. The dragons left, but two remained. Who were they? One is dead, she whispered. The other is the golden dragon, Suhanan, the last of his kind. She locked eyes with him. And then, we found you. Estio's breath hitched in terror. Listen carefully, Kai warned. You must stay far away from Suhanan. Her gaze was piercing. I know your curiosity, but you must never seek him out. Understand? Suhanan remains oblivious to your existence. If he knew another black dragon walked this earth. Estio stood frozen as Kai's words pierced the silence. He will hunt you to the ends of the world. Deep within the mist-shrouded peaks, an ancient fortress looms. But she wasn't finished. By some miracle, Suhanan is far from the Reberazan Empire. We can't hide your scent forever. Declaring you're under the Empire's protection is our best move. Kai offered a cryptic, knowing smile. Captain Estio, from this moment, our paths are one. Estio's fist tightened, crushing the parchment in his palm. Why? The question burned. Am I truly worth this risk? I don't even know what I am. Why stake the entire association on me? As Kai approached, the ground beneath her rippled like a calm lake. You still haven't realized the legend coursing through your veins. Remember this, she whispered. I never play a losing hand. Her smile radiated an unsettling warmth. As the reality shifted back, she left him with a final riddle. The truth will reveal itself in time. You're still lost, aren't you? Estio's piercing blue eyes remained locked on her, his silence heavier than words. She turned on her heel. Go. Rest. That is my command for today. Behind them, Parker and Lena jumped in surprise. They bowed instantly, their respect bordering on fear. With a casual wave, she vanished. We'll meet again soon, Captain. Days passed in a serene mountain valley. Inside a grand manor, a voice trembled with worry. He hasn't woken up for days. Neju sat perched on the edge of the bed where Estio lay still. What should we do? He whispered to Suki. Should we wake him? But Estio remained lost in a deep, rhythmic slumber. Suki's tail flicked nervously before he leaped onto the mattress. His wide eyes tracked every rise and fall of Estio's chest. He glanced back at the anxious Neju and firmly shook his head. Not yet. Neju nodded solemnly. Suki's mind was a whirlwind of dread. This endless sleep, It was becoming dangerous. He stared into the distance, desperate for an answer. Who could possibly save him now? Lena? Parker? That meathead Lena would never understand this. Avian was the only logical choice. But just as he turned to leave, the bed creaked. Estio suddenly bolted upright. "Don't worry, Suki. I'm fine." Outside, the sky was bleeding into a deep, bruised purple. "Sorry for worrying you both." In an instant, Neju and Ahuru tackled him in a tearful embrace. "I thought you were gone," Neju sobbed. "And I thought you were hibernating in my place," Ahuru added frantically. Neju's crying only intensified. Flustered and red-faced, Estio struggled to soothe his frantic friends. "I'm really okay." Estio stood up and pulled Suki close. "Estio! Wait!" Neju cried out. He reached for his cloak with a steady hand. "The sun is already down," Ahuru warned. "Where are you going?" "Just go back to sleep." "I'm hungry," Estio replied calmly. "I'm going to find food." "You're burning up with fever," Suki barked. "Is this really wise?" Estio paused, looking down at the small creature. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed to slits. Asterisk, thump thump thump. Asterisk. A heavy pounding echoed at the door. Estio's gaze shifted to the entrance. Suki leaped down as Estio pulled the door open. "Who is it?" It was Kai. She held a letter with a radiant smile, which vanished the moment she saw him. Estio's face was flushed crimson, his breath ragged. She stared in pure shock. She quickly hid the letter behind her back. "Perhaps I've arrived too early." Into her pocket it went. Business could wait. Estio tried to speak, but Kai cut him off instantly. "Change of plans," she declared. "So, where were you headed?" "The canteen," Estio replied. "Perfect. They have the best feast in the city." Nehu and Suki trailed behind them. Kai smiled, picturing the delicacies awaiting them. "I'd visit more often, but I tend to draw unnecessary crowds." Ahuru glanced at her shimmering, extravagant robes. "Want to know the reason why? Try dressing like a normal person." "Is my taste that unusual?" she asked. "It's beyond weird," Ahuru snapped back. Kai just chuckled. "I can't help it. This masterpiece cost a fortune." "Fine. Wear your gold." Ahuru sighed, eyeing her glittery silhouette. "But seeing a kid in that gear? That's a magnet for trouble." Humans are always drawn to the bizarre. The cafeteria buzzed with endless, biting whispers. "Go on. Eat your fill." Mountains of pasta and bread sat before them. Estio hesitated at the overwhelming feast. She leaned back with a playful smirk. "I said it was plenty, not mandatory." She glanced at Suki. The black cat's face twisted in pure annoyance. Estio sipped his soup, mind racing. The name of Golden Dragon Shuhanan haunted him. He lifted his spoon, deep in thought. That name carried a weight far beyond color. Estio finally broke the silence. "Guildmaster Kai, you are eating." "Just Kai," she corrected. "Now, tell me, how do you know of dragons?" She let out a sudden, sharp laugh. "So, your curiosity finally outweighed your silence?" She flipped a grilled fish with her chopsticks. Personal burdens are heavy things, aren't they? With practiced ease, she pierced the fish. She split it perfectly down the center. She removed every bone with surgical precision. Then, she slid the plate towards Suki. Just fragments gathered over a long life. Suki hissed and swatted the plate away. Nezu continued munching on his bread. Suki has always despised fish. Suki perched atop Nezu's shoulder. "I assumed all cats loved fish," Kai mused. "A mere stereotype," she realized. "Even I have much left to learn." She stabbed her fork into a roll. "A long life only guarantees more experiences. My knowledge of you might be flawed." She gripped the fork with sudden, violent intensity. Her expression turned lethally dark. "But Golden Dragon Shuhanan is definitely our enemy." She lifted her fork, eyes gleaming. "Tomorrow, I join the support team as Kai." "With Parker?" Estio asked. "Yes. To back you up as a comrade." Estio gave a short, stoic nod. "I understand." Kai rose to depart, hand on the door. "Rest well. See you at dawn." Nezu smiled at his quiet friend. "Let us finish. A walk would be nice." Hours passed as twilight claimed the sky. The horizon bled into deep crimson and gold. They wandered through a vast, strange courtyard. It felt more like a sanctuary for beasts. Monkeys played with rabbits while bears drank. Nature's predators and prey lived in harmony. A duck drifted slowly across the water. Estio wondered how environment truly shapes a soul. "Hello there," a soft voice whispered. Estio looked down in sheer shock. A tiny, adorable raccoon was speaking to him.